Welcome to the budget retreat of April. This, I think, represents about the fourth retreat we've had on the budget this year. It's a long process, and we are so grateful and thankful for your continued involvement. We're thankful to the elected body for giving us 2 days of their time this week after a rather hefty council agenda on Tuesday. 3 days this week. You guys are your marathon runners. Greg Clifton here, your city manager. I'm going to introduce our facilitator in just a minute, Julie Lancaster, and that's what you look like. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Just to set the stage for the retreat, and these are things you've heard me speak to before. I'll go back to the council meeting on Tuesday. Big meeting, big agenda. Mayor, how many pages in that packet?
Yeah, over 1,500.
Over 1,500, right? So maybe a little bit more than representative of what typically goes on, but I think you get the point I'm making is a lot of effort goes into our council meetings, and our council meets every Tuesday without failure. So, of course, a little bit of a recess in the summertime. A lot of preparation goes into that 1,500 pages, and a lot of thought and deliberation and outcomes come from the dais. It's a big and very important process, and it's one that we respect and prepare for each and every week, oftentimes looking ahead 2 or 3 weeks. 4 or 5 times a year. Yes, Mayor? Yes.
I think we need to call this meeting.
We do, don't we? Did you get a ping from Stacy? Is that it?
Yeah.
I am so sorry.
Getting us in trouble again.
I'm going to shut up and allow the mayor to get this thing going.
All right. Make you say it all over again.
I'm not going to say it all over again.
Greg's just so excited.
That's awesome. All right. Yep. And just call into order our City Council work session budget retreat of April 21st. Roll call. Oh, notice to the public that the City Council may go into executive session for legal advice on any of the agenda items. Roll call, please.
Mayor Deasy.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sweet. Here. Councilmember Aslan.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Salas. Councilmember Schmuck.
Here.
Here.
All right. We don't have an American flag in here, but Councilmember Aslan, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Thank you, Mayor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you kindly. And then, McCarthy, our mission statement, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all. Key to the rip.
Vice Mayor, our planning officer, please.
The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and the original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So, agenda item 4, City Council FY 2022 to 23 budget retreat officially starts with City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Do you mind if I take the proverbial gavel and run with it a bit this
Go
morning?
for it.
Okay. I do apologize for failing to adhere to protocol there. Not the first time, probably not the last. I am not going to repeat what I said before. The point I was getting to is these retreats represent an opportunity, a rare opportunity, just 4 or 5 times a year, for us to have dialogue with our elected officials and vice versa. And we typically do so in the context of budgeting, but sometimes even more than that. It's important that we do this and have a little break away from our protocol at the dais every Tuesday and rather find ourselves in a neutral forum such as this lovely venue where we're at right now, the Aquaplex, and kind of sitting at the same table, if you will. And I know we're a bit separated, but the idea is to promote a little more back and forth exchange with our council. There's no more important reason to do that than budgeting, because budgeting, as we know, is the one very important instance where policy and administration merge together. And we talk a lot about policy. We follow directions from our policymakers, and we talk a lot about administration and the follow through on those directions. And it's just so critically important. The budget here is a significant budget. We lately have been implementing a priority-based budgeting as a tool, following the values of our community as articulated through our council, as administered through our staff. So it is this time of the year where the lines get a little bit blurred, if you will. Years ago, in doing this a few years ago, I had a little PowerPoint. Thankfully, there is none today. And I showed a Venn diagram of the three spheres overlapping, one being that of policy, the other being that of administration, the third sphere being that of legal. It goes without saying that anything we do these days, and I would challenge all of us to think of an exception to this, because it's very hard, but anything we do has a legal component to it. So we always have our attorneys present, either in here or virtually, and they're here to give us very important advisements as well. And that is also true during budgeting. Might not have many legal advisements per se, but we're certainly being mindful of legal parameters and all the things that we talk about. So it's the three spheres overlapping. I'm going to end it with this little metaphor, if you will, or analogy. I was giving some thought to this last night, probably way too much thought. Venn diagrams serve an important purpose, but they get a little bit mundane. So I thought, what's a good example of what I'm trying to articulate here, of all of us coming together, working in tandem to accomplish something. And the analogy that came to mind is that of a big ship, a vessel on the water, a ship that is operated with sails, with oars, with people. And if that's the metaphor we're going to run with, the council as policymakers would be perhaps the ones navigating our course. They're coming up with the chart of where we're going. The staff as administration would be the ones operating the vessel, hoisting the sails, rowing the oars, what have you. Management, I suppose, running with this a bit, might be the ones operating the rudder, making sure that we're steering this vessel in the way that our council has directed us to. And I thought, well, that's just a perfect analogy. But then I thought, well, where do the attorneys fit in that? I gave it a lot of thought. I'm going to pause for a second and invite you to come up with where we think the attorneys would very aptly fit in, and they do fit in that analogy. Yes, Paul.
Pirates.
No, they're not. For the record, that was IT speaking. They are not the pirates. The attorneys, this was my...
Sterling has his hand up.
Yeah, Sterling, please jump in, buddy.
Absolutely, and thank you. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person this morning, but I appreciate the opportunity to comment. We're the wind that just pushes the sails. It's pretty simple. I'm sorry.
That's good. Well, I'm going to suggest a different thing. I think the attorneys occupy the crow's nest at the top of the mast, and they are the ones looking out on the horizon, making sure we're navigating that vessel through calm waters and avoiding the troubled waters. So I hope you would be okay with that example, Sterling and legal team. So that is the example I put out in front of you today. We are on this vessel together, and we have to operate together to make this a successful journey. If we do not have the guidance of our city council, We can do all the work we can to operate that vessel, and we will probably go around and around in circles, never to find our destiny. If we have the direction of the council but do not have the staff to operate the vessel, we'll have the greatest course charted, but we'll never leave the dock. And if we don't have good management to help steer, we go nowhere, right? We just go aimlessly, and without our attorneys in that crow's nest looking out over the horizon, we might find ourselves in bad waters. So with that as my opening comments, I'd like to introduce our facilitator, who you all know as Julie Lancaster. Allow me to read some of this amazing bio. Julie, we're so happy to have you with us the next couple of days. Julie Lancaster is the founder of Lancaster Leadership. She walks the talk. Julie first found her calling decades ago as a rock climbing instructor. She helped thousands to look challenge in the face, to be vulnerable, to enthusiastically strive for tall goals, and to celebrate hard work together. She brings that ethic to us today. She has a lifelong passion where she's truly connecting people together, people with places and cultures, ignited in part by her childhood in Tokyo. Julie has visited, volunteered, or worked in 5 continents, 38 countries, and 42 states. We're so happy that she's in Arizona. She holds a BA in International Studies, an MA in Education, Culture, Language, and Diversity. She's a certified in that capacity as a group coach, a Myers-Briggs practitioner, change style indicator, and change style navigator facilitator. A lot of titles there, Julie. She has been honored to be Dean of Education Career Services Director, Entrepreneur of the Month, Businesswoman of the Month, and Adjunct Instructor of the Year. Amazing qualities and credentials and accomplishments. And she's here to help facilitate this very important retreat. Are you ready to rock and roll?
Ready to rock and roll.
Okay.
Can we give a hand for Greg Clifton?
Just say next week.
Good morning, everybody. So delighted to see you. Would you mind turning to the person sitting next to you? Or for those of you who are here remotely, go wild in the chat, and will you, with authenticity and enthusiasm. Are you so ready? Tell that person how glad you are that they made it a priority to be here today. Go.
So happy.
Thanks for being here. You're awesome. Yeah.
Wonderful. So as we are coming together, will you raise your hand if you ever feel passion? Yeah, we're especially looking at the council. Excellent. So with that, I am the one to help you to guide your passion, right? So what I'm here to do with you today is to help keep us on track, to have us stay focused and present. I'm going to do that in a few different ways, but before we do that, I want to share with you that I know that the city of Flagstaff is made up of a collective of people that care. Am I right?
Yes.
And I also know that there are major things happening in the city of Flagstaff and the vicinity beyond. We are on the national news right now. Yes?
Yes.
So I would like for everybody to have that presence, to remember that we are a community that cares. We have hard things going on and we care about each other, the tunnel fire and other things. Some of you are directly impacted. Everybody here is impacted in a way. So with that, I remind us that we are focusing on values. Give me a few synonyms. Today we are talking about values. Give me a few synonyms for values.
Priorities.
Oh, what? He hit it right away. That's what we're getting at. Excellent. So we're talking about priority-based budgeting and priorities. There are 2 ways that we get to, as people, show our priorities. Through our actions and through our what? our money, right? Those are the two major ways to do that. So I want to appreciate each and every one of you for really being present here today. What we are doing today is really important. Can we do next slide? Excellent. So here are the expectations for today. And I would encourage each of you to take notes, have critical thinking, and stay really present. So a few things. We're going to do Greg, would you like to talk about some of these first?
We can do it in team.
Let's do this.
Okay. Retreat protocol, as I mentioned at the outset, a little bit informal today. We think high level. I know there's going to be a desire to get into the weeds on some topics. I'm not saying we cannot do that, but we have a lot of ground to cover. So let's at least please be mindful of the need to cover that ground. When we need to get into details, we will do so. Julie will keep us on task and on time. As Julie just mentioned, it's a very complex process here with multiple components. All divisions of the city are represented in the room today, and the budget represents all divisions and all functions. Julie, you want to take the next one?
Yeah, excellent. And so today we are not problem solving, but we're building a framework. We're not going over old ground or decisions that are made, but we are moving forward. We're also going to be, as Greg was talking about, sharing the airspace. What I'm going to do in terms of supporting the process is that while folks are presenting and we're listening to the presentation, if you've got 2 minutes until you are finished, I'm going to just subtly stand over there. You're probably going to notice me. That's the cue. You've got 2 minutes. I may also at times, if necessary, use my voice as well, but I'm hoping that physical presence will be enough. If there's anyone who is contributing on camera, I know where the camera is, and I'll speak to folks there. If you are presenting, please make sure that you leave time for conversation within your time block. We know that Rick Tatter is up first, and he's like, 8:45 is when I'm supposed to start. Let's go, people, right? And so I ask that we share the airspace. When there is passion, which is wonderful, it can be challenging to hold back. Am I right? Has anyone felt that before?
Yes.
Thank you. And some of you guys are smiling like, I know what we're talking about. So I'm going to ask that we share that airspace. And also, I'm going to be timing on my phone. So if you're like, why does Julie keep going on her phone? It's because I'm using the timer, right? Presenters, can you please stand in this corner? Here are mics if you are soft-spoken. Please feel free to get closer. But this is the corner that's kind of been created for you. Your presentation will come up there. Greg, would you like to take the next one, inclusive?
Yes. Inclusivity and brevity. Brevity is the soul of wit. We want to hear from everybody, and that means everybody. And we want your comments to be heard. But for that to happen, we respectfully ask that you be punchy with your message, be succinct. If an example is necessary to illustrate, go ahead and put it out there. But if you can make that message without a lot of examples or repetition, we'd be grateful. Thank you.
Wonderful. Great. And with that, again, if it seems as though the conversation needs a little bit of support, I'm either going to stand over there to be like, okay, wrap up your point and let's hear from more folks, or I may use my voice as well. It's nothing personal. It's because I care about us doing this well, and we're going until 3:15 today. Does that sound right for everybody? Wonderful. In a moment, Sean has an announcement about some of the lovely things that are over there in the corner. And lunch is at 12:15 for anybody who's like, when's that happening? Sean, would you mind sharing with us?
In a method, no.
Everybody's got to hear. Come on down!
In an effort to be more sustainable we have reusable dishes today. So if you can use those, they're the green or blue plates, I apologize. And when you're done with them, if you can put them, it's pretty self-evident, but it says dirty dishes. If you can put those in when you're done with them, we're set. And then we'll do the same thing tomorrow, just to give you all a heads up.
I thought you were going to announce the menu.
Well, we have apples. Apples, bananas, strawberries, and then we are going to have break, where we are going to get some more carbs in us with sugar.
And then we do have Mexican food.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Excellent, thank you, Sean. And so with that, we are just about to get started unless there are any burning questions. I'm watching for the burning questions. And I'll also give us a reminder that for each presenter, if we can let them speak and present unless you have a burning clarifying question, like you don't understand something they just said, we're going to hold all the substantive questions to the end of their presentation. Sound okay? So we can let them be in their flow because there's a good chance they may be answering what is about to be asked. With that, will you turn to those neighbors one more time and tell them, here we go, and I'm so excited. Go.
Yes.
Excellent, and without further ado, I would like to welcome, to open up our priority-based budget retreat first presenter, we have Rick Tatter with the budget timeline, budget approach, and
Wow. Don't know what to say. Speechless. Can't say anything.
Rockstar.
27 years, I finally get a round of applause. I mean, we had money this year.
Patience.
Well, I'm glad I was invited on the ship with Greg, because we do have to have the bounty to report the work that we do, so.
and then
I
you'll
was,
see
gonna, I
yourself.
was actually going to say.
I know.
Yes, I'm going to go over a few sections first, talking about our timeline approach and then our revenue updates. Here's a timeline that we have that charts some of the key milestones we do with staff and with City Council. We start our budget retreats back in December with Council. We had a one-day retreat with you back then, really high-level conversations that we've had. A lot of work is done before then, though. Budget teams meeting year-round and doing the work. February is when we started getting a little bit more information as far as revenue estimates. We gave you those updates and projections. In February, we talked about compensation and benefits, where we're looking to go with those. We also talked to you about federal funding and resource allocations, the importance of things that we need in our community, in our business practice. A lot of it was around infrastructure, was a lot of that conversation. So it was a great conversation in February. The budget team has went, as well as staff, presented a lot of information over the division review process, which is a 3-week period that budget team is set aside to hear, to look over the request, to really have a conversation with the divisions of their needs and their priorities. Divisions, we'll talk about approaches and stuff in a second, but it was a lot of work. Staff really puts a lot of commitment to this process and thoughtfulness into what they bring forward to the budget team. So we had a very good 3-week period with divisions. Missing on here is, we forgot to put this on, is the March 31st, there was a budget CIP retreat. So we spent a day morning with council talking about our capital improvement plans. Basically, what we presented at that time is pretty much what we have presented for today. We'll have a time tomorrow to continue the conversation on CIP for our budget process. After today, today is April, and this is the 2-day period where we really want to get down into a lower level and really commit allocations for next year's budget. The city manager, with his budget team, has presented a budget to you. We've got the documents on the staff summary. We've got the budget book, the presentation, and things you may need to help make decisions. And we're really looking for council's input as far as did we hit the mark on some things, do we want to adjust things, and go forward. And hopefully at the conclusion tomorrow, we're pretty solid on what we have for a plan for next budget year. That will get us into June, where we'll have you adopt the budget and property taxes. So between that time, we've got a lot more crunching to do with finance and numbers, getting the legal schedule in place and legal requirements done, and we'll be back in June for that adoption. Next slide. So talking about approach, the budget team meets as a retreat every October or so and talks about what are we going to be doing in this next budget session and what do we need to focus on. Top on our list is compensation and benefits is when we have these conversations. You'll see more of this in a couple sections about how we actually did approach this and move forward and hit the checked off all the boxes that we were kind of looking for. Next. Basic operational and service needs. We know we operate with some expenditures that are one-time allocations, but should be really moved to an ongoing resource. We just haven't had the resources, ongoing resources in the past to make these kind of commitments. We had a commitment to move 25% of those revenues, about $700,000, to an ongoing level. So our divisions don't have to come back and ask for the same thing, which is really an operational expense. We hit that this year, which is a great move of the needle. Next. Infrastructure needs. Way back in not October we started talking. September is the council retreat started talking about infrastructure for the city of Flagstaff. The budget team in October took that to heart and started formulating our approach this year. And you'll see in this budget presentation that we are investing in infrastructure, the basic needs of what we need to put into city operations. So we checked that box. Next. Key community priorities and objectives. This has been our budget focus for the last couple of years. We've elevated this process this year. We've worked with Resource X. They developed a program within their application for us to put our request in to allocate and look at how we're measuring up to our priorities of the community. So we'll show you some good results in this area also. And we also wanted to have a focus on carbon neutrality plan. Next slide. Next. There it is. Carbon neutrality plan. Within the budget system, we built in questions and for staff to respond to. Does this affect our carbon neutrality plan? Sustainability has pulled all that data together, and they'll be able to present later today how we're moving that needle with our carbon neutrality plan. So that was our budget approach going into it, and we really, I think as a budget team and as an organization, checked off all those boxes. Very proud of this year. Next. We always like to remind color of money. We do work in pots of money that we have restricted for specific uses. Most of the funds are restricted in some fashion. Our special revenue funds, enterprise funds, debt service, and capital project funds, those are restricted by how they were put in place. It may be through an election and the voters approved a tax or something like that. It could be through a state statute that we got to deliver services, or possibly an ordinance and a rate that the council has decided to put in place. The least restricted is our general fund. This is the biggest fund of the organization, and we spend a lot of time in this area. But these are the less restricted. We could use these to support any area of our organization and our operations. So this is just that reminder. Next slide. In your packet is the color of money flyer, if you want to go look at that to see what the resources for those areas are. Okay. So revenue updates. Next slide. So in February, we gave you a good detailed updated projections for our revenues. A lot of them are focused in the general fund as well as some other major revenue resources. That was the last time we provided an update, and we've been in the process, the budget process. We've had a good February after that retreat. The numbers came in, they were looking very good. So we're considering moving the needle up a little bit, but then March activity came along. And March over March of prior year was kind of a little surprise. It was actually a reduction of about 3% over prior year. So this puts a little caution into what we want to have for our revenue estimates. But I looked at it, and looking at the gain that we had in this month of March, I decided I should kind of try and stress test those revenues. And what I did is we have a projection about 2% growth next year. in our revenue estimates. What I did is said, well, what happens if we actually have a 1% decline versus a 2% growth? Based on current trends, are we still okay with the resources we're allocating? And I feel very confident by leaving the estimates where they are today and where they were in February. Those little changes, we can still deliver the programs and budget requests that we have in front of you. So I feel very confident that we're still within that range of a comfortable set of resources. So
Slide it up. If you'd like to go ahead and set something on this request here.
Now you're.
I wish I could hidden. Sorry. Anyways, so yeah, keeping the revenue as the same as February. The one exception is our state shared revenue projections related to our. I'm missing a bullet on here, but there should be a bullet. There is one exception. Our state shared income tax estimates. Back in February, as you recall, I was kind of up in the air as what the state was going to do with our income taxes. You know, last year, the new Prop 208, I believe, related to education taxes were approved, as well as the state did some income tax legislation about reducing the income tax brackets, and a lot of manipulation there, which could have been a big impact for our city and all the cities in Arizona. So that has been challenged, as well as the Prop 208 revenues have been challenged. And so we're kind of an influx still, where we're going to land on the city's allocations. However, we've received estimates this week, or last week, that showed that the city's share is actually going to be at a higher level, and I feel confident that we're going to hit these marks that have been provided to us. The reason I'm comfortable with it, but still got some caution, is because the budget hasn't been approved by our state. They're still working on it. They haven't passed all the bills that they need to pass. So there may be things that trip us up as we get across the finish line. But we're looking at about $2.6 million increased monies, which budgeting reserved as one-time monies to, again, address the infrastructure and all the needs that you've seen in this presentation. So that builds into what you'll see today. The number jumps a lot this year because of the delay in the tax returns. Back in 2020, when we started, 2020, when the pandemic hit, they delayed tax returns into July. So it's a timing issue. So we're going to have to see a jump in income tax revenues, and it'll come back down and level off next year. So this is really that one time from the delay of tax returns. It looks like we're having troubles with the slides.
I'm on it, Rick. Sorry.
Okay. So I'll just talk through a little bit. So that's really what the one big change that we're having in our revenue estimates for this year since February's retreat. And we'll keep an eye on that and all the legislative changes as we go through. The next slide, there we go. Next slide, there we go. So as we're going through this projection process and thinking about how our revenues are impacted from decisions locally, nationwide, within our state, there's several things we want to keep in mind and consider. These are things that you're probably very well aware of. Inflation is very high. It's been high for several months. That could have an impact and a slowdown in the economy, possibly. Inflation, this is a different order than I had on mine. So Federal Reserve rates. So the reserve rates, they're starting to make some adjustments to the Federal Reserve rates, interest rates. They're trying to settle in that inflation number through some tools that the Federal Reserve has available. One economist cautions if they do it wrong, it could really put us quickly into a recessionary period. but they got to do it thoughtful and move forward properly. Our workforce, as far as unemployment, very strong. We're really good that people are to work. I think there's actually more jobs than there are people available to do the work, and that's one of the things we're struggling with as an organization. Fuel prices have gained quite a bit over the last year or so. That is something may not help us in the future as far as people being afford to spend funds if they're spending money on fuel versus goods and services. The supply chain has been struggling ever since the pandemic started. And of course, you're aware of housing as an issue that we have. A bullet that I added also was state legislative changes. Again, we're still in that kind of period waiting for them to make those kind of decisions to finalize their budget. Next. All right, looks like we may have a different set of slides, but the next one showed a snapshot of the recession plan numbers and such. Remember, we're making these decisions based on where we expect to be, but we always have in our back pocket this recession plan. It was very helpful 2 years ago, and it's still in place. So that's why I feel comfortable where we're at with our estimates, not pulling them back based on current conversations, but we're ready to adjust and move to the recession plan when we need it, like we did a couple of years ago. Okay. No, it was just a snapshot of the recession plan on that last slide, so I can continue to move forward. So this is just a snapshot of kind of the revenues that you saw in February. Really no change here. Just the notes are, back one slide. It was a very strong market in our retail sector, in our marketplace sector this year and last year. Very strong growth in those, and we're projecting 17% over the current year budget for our retail sales next year and 24% over the market retail. That's about $2 million in resources that have gained over last year's budget. We talked about that in February, and that's what helped us build a very strong budget for this year. A couple other areas to note is our areas that are related to hospitality, our restaurants, bars, some tourism tours, some locals, as well as our hotels and motels, had great growth. Restaurant and bars 14% and hotel and motels 19%. They've gained back the revenues very strong and are meeting pre-recession numbers easily. Next slide. Then we have our state shared revenues for you. Again, all these are pretty much the same as you saw in February with a few minor adjustments. We did add the numbers for the census adjustments as we talked about in February. The census adjustment numbers came a little bit late, and we realized there's another $600,000 in our state shared sales tax and urban revenue numbers. Urban revenue is our income tax. So that's built into the model, as well as that $2.6 million one-time gain that we expect to have from the income tax collections from the year prior. So we're looking at 26% growth in our state shared sales tax. Of course, next year we do expect it to go down because of those income tax numbers in one time. Next slide. And then just a few more items just to discuss on revenue updates. Like I spoke to a little bit ago, BBB taxes are doing very well. They came back very strong, about a 16% growth budget over budget for BBB taxes. Rates changes there, about about 1.4 million toward those key programs that we have in BBB taxes. So we'll be able to deliver a lot more services in those areas. Highway user revenues is one we're really going to have to start watching really closely over the next several months. With rising fuel prices, we understand that maybe people may be driving less, saving money at the pump, and doing that kind of reactions. But currently, we're still seeing a good trend in those revenues. But we are cautious that something could slow down in this market. So we'll keep an eye on this one over the summer and see where those actually land. And we'll adjust accordingly for our highway user revenue fund. And our water services funds are the other ones, just as an informational update. Here's where you've heard a lot of conversation about infrastructure, resources, and the needs to invest here. Here's one area that you will probably see rate adjustments coming forward. We'll start doing some rate studies with outside consultants and bringing those forward to you. And we're looking at ways we can start delivering some of those infrastructure needs, as well as the bond measures, maybe something to help support our very important water, wastewater, reclaimed water, stormwater infrastructure. So we'll be back in front of you as far as rate increases in those areas probably in the next 6 months or so. And with that, I am at the end of my presentation. Did I get caught up? Okay. Yeah. All right.
Is it appropriate for questions or?
Yes.
Questions for Rick Tatter?
I guess just a clarification here. So the one-time bump from the income tax delay, that's only income tax. So what we're seeing from the BBD and other monies coming in is a more accurate year-to-year prediction, or not
Yes.
but year-to-year true change.
Yeah, the sales tax revenues and categories of the city of Flagstaff are very comfortable in ongoing growth that we're seeing. Absolutely, not one time.
Yeah.
Let's give Rick a hand. Thank you so much. So upcoming in just a moment, we have a presentation with Jeannie Gallagher, Brandy Suda, and Heidi Hansen. As they are coming on down, would you mind taking a moment to turn to your neighbor and tell them what stood out to you? From what Rick was just sharing with you, it was dense, right? Meaning there's a lot of information there and different things stand out to different people, right? Because we all bring our own perspective. Will you take 30 seconds, turn to your neighbor, group of 2, group of 3, it doesn't matter. What stood out to you from this presentation? Go.
Yeah, and we're going to discuss this involves. Just way back.
I know my kids want to.
All right, let's start to wrap it up. Excellent. So now, are you ready? Very exciting stuff. Very exciting presenter. We've got Brandy Suda and Jeannie Gallagher and Heidi Hansen talking about staffing updates, trends, and recruitment efforts. Are we ready? Yeah, let's welcome them.
Let's keep going and I'll figure it out. Okay. Sounds good. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Brandy Suda, your interim Human Resource and Risk Management Director. Myself, along with Jeannie Gallagher and Heidi Hansen, will be presenting on this next section of today's presentation on investing in our employees. I would like to I'm very excited to start off this update and the city manager's recommended budget related to staffing, compensation, and benefits. I would first like to show my appreciation to the many who have helped prepare and support these recommendations. A significant amount of that time and careful consideration has gone into these recommendations. A big thank you to EAC, our Employee Advisory Committee, budget team and leadership, as well as Jeannie Gallagher and Jessica Vigorito, our city HR compensation analyst, for all their help and work on these recommendations. Next slide, please. So starting off our presentation with staffing, included in the city manager's recommended budget is the addition of several key new positions that support the city's key community priorities and critical programs and infrastructure within the city organization. Within the general fund, these additional FTEs support areas such as HR for recruitment efforts to fill our numerous vacancies, a new position dedicated to emergency management administration to support the increase in continued need for emergency response and preparedness in our community, as well as a project manager within public works to support the critical infrastructure such as city streets and facilities. Next slide. Continuing with city or staffing increases within the general fund and other city funds to support the critical programs in city infrastructure include positions such as a transportation tech, as well as an open space coordinator position. In addition, there are 2 positions in water services funds to support the operations of the city's critical water and wastewater infrastructure. Next slide. Wrapping up increases in staffing within the city manager's recommended budget is the additional positions such as the resiliency analyst position within sustainability. This is critical to support the city's carbon neutrality plan and our climate action goals, as well as a housing navigator to support the city's 10-year housing plan and to assist members of our community to obtain and maintain housing. Next slide. Also in the city manager's recommended budget are several reclassifications throughout the city. This includes reclassifications within our police, emergency communications specialist, and supervisor positions within dispatch to continue to improve the city's retention and recruitment efforts within these critical public safety positions. Next slide. In addition to several reclasses, this budget includes several key reorganizations. Within the city manager's office, pending council approval, are the elevation of the city clerk and sustainability from sections to divisions. In management services, the addition of emergency management within the grants and contracts area and elevating that program to a section. And last but not least, within community development is the elevation of the building safety and code compliance from a program to a section. So any questions related to staffing, reclasses, and reorgs?
I have a question, thank you.
Yeah.
I remember in a previous retreat, we talked about a TDM program manager, a transportation demand management manager. Is it something that's been discussed?
I would look to Rick Barrett with that answer.
I'm sorry, it's just tempting.
I was asking, in the previous retreat, we talked about transportation demand management.
Yes.
I think to work with the environment. I was just wondering if there was any talk about that.
Well, we wanted to go.
Yeah, thanks, Nicole.
Yeah, thank you.
Can you come up near the?
Okay. So, good morning, Nicole is Martha.
Good morning.
Hi, welcome.
Nicole.
Hi, thank you. Sustainability Director. To answer your question, so the City Council may be aware that we did send out a CCR on transportation planning, and we're just laying out the groundwork for how we're going to move forward in identifying the needs to create that big shift that we have talked about in the carbon neutrality plan. And the first stage of that is really looking at all of our codes. And my hope is that collectively with engineering and CD, we can put in a request for a position that would be exactly that. And I think that that preliminary step that we need to take, though, is to identify all the gaps and all the potential barriers that we have in our codes, and then move forward from there.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so laying that groundwork.
Thank you. While you're there too, can I follow up to your question, Councilmember? Is the vision that that position, when it does come back for consideration, would that reside in engineering and capital projects?
I think that that would be more appropriate, but we haven't had a chance. Rick and Dan and I have not had a chance. We talked about submitting for this fiscal year, but looking at, again, the needs to really identify the gaps, we decided that it would be best to address all the code issues first and get those updated to better support the carbon neutrality plan or the housing emergency and climate emergency, and then really start moving forward in that space.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just want to point out there's a transportation technician of half-time in the general fund. So I think that will also support the work of our engineering. Plus, so the bigger picture of transportation planning rests on Metro Plan, and our sustainability department actually had one grant to do this transportation modeling, and because transportation modeling is actually with our MPO, with the regional perspective.
Right. And my understanding is that this coordinator position would help Martin with outreach, communication, all of his work, which is a lot. But that sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So every year we share with council this historical perspective of city staffing. And as you can see by this chart, that while our 2022-2023 proposed budget does include several key staffing increases, and the current year as well as the 2022-2023 FTE counts are slightly above where we were in 2008-2009 levels, that city net staffing growth over the last 14 years has been minimal when you consider the growth in our community and the increased demand for city services within our community. Next slide. And then just to wrap up, staffing is, this graph represents the general fund expenditure budget by category. As expected, personnel services and pension make up the majority of this budget at 56%. One point to note on this slide compared to previous years is the increased availability of one-time resources has created an increase in our capital budget significantly. But even with this shift, personnel services continues to represent the greatest portion of the general fund budget.
Can I jump in here?
Absolutely.
You'll be seeing a lot of graphs and charts today. This one I think might be one of the more important ones to keep in mind. It's one that we as a budget team and the entire staff are quite proud of. The pie chart in front of you has, of course, changed greatly from a couple of years ago when we were able to pay down the unfunded pension liability, which prior to that time was a significant burden upon our general fund. You would have seen a rather large sliver. The takeaways here that I think are notable: personnel services, 52%. And even if you were to add the pension to that of 4%, that equals 56%. That's very competitive, both in the public sector and in the private sector. That's a good number to be working with. I'm proud of it. I think we're all proud of it. We're mean and lean. We obviously are a little bit short these days with our staffing for different reasons, not for budgetary reasons, but for lack of people reasons. It's a different challenge. But again, the notable here is that as budgeted, we're seeing a 52% personnel cost in our general fund, which I think is very, very commendable. Thank you.
So with that, I will turn this presentation over to Jeannie Gallagher to discuss employee data trends.
Thank you, Brandy, and good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, leaders. Hello, Flagstaff. Jeannie Gallagher, your Contract Human Resource Director from sunny Florida. While I would definitely enjoy being there with you today, just to interface and talk to everyone again, I'm probably equally bummed that I'm missing out on the Mexican food for lunch. That is my favorite food, and it is seriously lacking here in Florida. So please channel those good taste buds my way when you enjoy that lunch today. All right, next slide. All right, so the first section that I'm going to address are our retention, exit interview, and staffing statistics and trends. So the first slide you have before you is a 3-year trend for turnover and vacancy rate. As we've discussed in previous sessions, calendar 2021 turnover took a significant upward spike nationally and definitely within the city of Flagstaff. We were definitely even greater impacted by this turnover. Correspondingly, our vacancy rate was up to 17%. That is trending downward. We're happy to see that happening. This vacancy percentage does include all regular positions as well as authorized temporary personnel. So it's not all full-time positions, but it is still a significant number, and we are thrilled to have presented that additional position to support our recruitment efforts as we go forward. Okay, next slide, please. Now we'll take a look at some of the corresponding exit interview information that has resulted in our turnover. So first, I do want to note this information, these graphs and data are calendar year 2021. And so this slide illustrates our primary reported reason for leaving. So on this selection on the survey, the exiting employee is allowed to choose one selection out of the choices as their primary reason for their decision to leave the city. Better pay and benefits has been the primary reason for several years, and that did continue in 2021. We provided a 2% COLA back in February of 2021, and then implemented the new compensation program between July and November. We're optimistic that those changes, along with the recommendations we are asking you to support for fiscal 23, will begin to make a significant difference in this statistic. While we know housing is a challenge, 23% of those exits did report relocation as their reason for leaving. That doesn't mean it correlates directly to housing, but it does likely mean they were leaving the Flagstaff area. Leaving to another employer was listed as 25% in the response rate. Again, that's their primary reason. We don't know what other reasons may have also contributed to that. Next slide, please. This particular slide is feedback regarding our benefit programs. Another ongoing trend has been that health insurance has continued to receive more ratings of poor feedback than any of our other benefit offerings. While reasons for this vary, we consistently hear feedback that it is due to the employee cost sharing component. Again, we're excited to share our recommendations this year to make a huge improvement in that particular area. Next slide, please. All right, employee compensation correlates directly back to that primary reason for leaving. We are, again, optimistic that our improvements this year and next fiscal year will make a significant difference in these responses. We absolutely, while we know that people being happy about their compensation isn't necessarily a trend that employers get to enjoy, we definitely want to see significant improvement in the overall satisfaction. All right, next slide, thank you. Attraction trends. So this is related to our recruitment. And I just want to note that if anyone has wondered if our recruitment team has been busy, this slide tells the story. 290 hires in 2021, 290 recruitments and onboardings in 2021. That is amazing. We have a very small team. Fortunately, we all recognize at the city that everyone is a recruiter and that everyone is working towards this success. While keeping in mind that our FTEs have continued to increase slightly, there are really a couple of great numbers on this slide. 2021 internal promotions filled 35% of all recruitments. Internal promotions, 35%. And just to note, rarely is someone going to move into a recruitment from a temporary position. So this is a really great statistic. It's a huge testimony to developing staff for promotion and opportunity, and staff being interested in being promoted and spending their career with the city. The second great statistic, which was of great concern for me as I had joined the city, was that declines have really, declined. Our market-based pay structure, our compression adjustments, salary calculation really allows us to be competitive. And so the number of offer declines, it's a long, arduous recruitment process to identify great candidates, especially when the candidate pool can be so lean. And so to get to the end of that process and have a decline is really deflating. So to see the significant improvement we've made in this area is really heartening. Now, of course, we need to attract more applicants and get that vacancy rate down. So to that end, I'll be turning over the presentation to Heidi Hansen to provide some updates on the incredible support and partnership their team has provided to HR and all hiring managers to improve and enhance our recruitment visibility and success. Thanks.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Heidi Hansen, Interim Deputy City Manager, and I don't know about you, but I'm a little bit irritated with Jeannie's background.
Yeah, totally.
And the fact that we're all on Allegra, Clarendon, and Zyrtec. Just took mine. I just wanted to share a little bit about our recruitment efforts. Ralph's not in the room, but I will tell you, he is everything about why this is happening. He's our creative director. This shows you our city website, and it talks about how we have cool careers at the city of Flagstaff, reminding them on the homepage we want them to apply now. We also have a little picture here talking about a little bit of the advertisements that we're doing, basically talking about cool careers, cool people, and cool mountains. And we're talking and listing our assets of why you want to apply to the city of Flagstaff. We've shown this to you before, but I wanted to let you know what the difference is. We're now at the QR code going directly to flagstaffcitycareers.com. Very soon, Councilmember Shimoni, you'll be going to a video about the city of Flagstaff, which will make not only it showing the cool people that work here, some of you that are in the room, but the cool assets of living in Flagstaff. Next slide. Next one, whoever's moving the slides. All right, wait, back one, if you don't mind. Back just one. All right. So we continue to do our efforts in all of our local media, helping them out as well, right? Everybody's struggling. And we're doing banners on the bottom of the page. We're going to also take the takeover on the top very soon so that it's right in your face if you are a reader of the newspaper. We're letting them know that we want them to be a part of making Flagstaff thrive. That's what we think we do here. It's what we know we do here. We're also doing advertisements in the Navajo Observer. We're doing them in Flagstaff Business News. And we are also all over the radio, most recently with CAF. Next slide. And to take it up a couple notches, our city attorney will always love this one, is when you tell us and HR recruitment what else you do to keep in the mix of your industry, what actual emails do you look at? What websites do you look at? We can make sure we plant these recruitment opportunities on those sites for you. We can actually geofence a conference. So let's say you're Councilmember Salas and you're at the Workforce Development. Thank you 2 weeks ago or last week when you were in Washington. Really appreciate your efforts there. We could have geofenced them and actually told them any recruitment possibility that we have. And we could have actually had people from around the country knowing we want them to come work for City of Flagstaff. So we are really fine-tuning this greatly. So we here, the Assistant City Attorney position, we actually put it at the State Bar of Arizona website. So we are hoping that we can get the finest and the best. Next slide. And last but not least, our next steps are this. We're going to continue to run radio, print, out of home, everywhere, nationally, regionally. We're going to continue to update our City of Flagstaff website. So if you see things that aren't updated, let me know. We're also finishing all of our photography. We have had some people in the divisions volunteer their time to actually be the models in our ads. That's really what we want. What you're going to start seeing with the ads that are different is it's actually going to show our IT worker, or it's going to show our police officer, and we're going to recognize them by name and position. So people really see that this is a family and this is what we're all about. And then we're also finishing our video that we're doing. We're just waiting on city manager. No, I'm kidding.
Next Wednesday.
All right. And that will be finished. And then we're also going to just continue to recruit the finest and the best for Team Flagstaff. So I want to let you know, I've got the best team on this. It's actually led by Trace Ward, our Convention and Visitors Bureau Director. And then we have, again, Ralph Schmidt, who will be joining us later, designing everything. And we have Lori Pappas, who is actually creating and buying all of our marketing. And then we have a slew of other people in different divisions that are volunteering their time and expertise to say, are we doing this right? So I want you to know a huge commitment on getting the finest and the best here. I think we're in good hands. Any questions? Yes, Councilmember.
Comment. We should stress the word team.
Team. Definitely. It's everywhere, but we will definitely make sure if it's not on something, it gets on something.
I think that has a lot of a good feeling to it for, for people we might want to recruit that, hey, we work as a team. And we do work as a team.
We do.
Flagstaff.
We do. We're all very hardworking, but we're also very supportive of each other. So definitely, I will make sure that's on everything.
Yeah, I mean, I've worked at 4 or 5 places in my professional career. And the teamwork here is better than I've seen anywhere else.
Thank you. It's a big compliment. Big compliment. Yep. I'm proud to be here myself. So definitely just we're going to continue to update you on our efforts that we're doing with our HR department. They're very hard workers. And I will tell you, Discover Flagstaff is doing a remarkable job. Samantha in Public Affairs has been coordinating all the videos. She's a new hire, and she's actually stepping right in. So really appreciate everybody's help here. All right.
Also, so much wonderful information. Yes? Will you do the same thing? Will you turn to your neighbor again? Would you mind sharing what stood out to you the most? It's amazing how we can all we capture different things, and it's helpful to reiterate and to hear what other people share. Go for it.
Your favorite statue? Yeah, right. Oh, I told you that. Yeah, a little bit of vulnerability, I think,
So you may notice on the agenda that now is scheduled something fun. Did you see that? It says something fun. Yeah, that's right. Mark it out. And we're all going to play Frisbee. Get ready. Just kidding. So get ready to be introduced to a new concept that you're going to want to run with as a new City of Flagstaff tradition. Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Can we give it up for Heidi Hansen as she's coming down to tell us?
I have Ralph Schmidt, our creative director, who I just booed and awed about just a little bit ago because he's amazing. And if anyone ever thinks they're going to steal him, that'll never happen. I've worked with Ralph for a very, very long time. He was with us over at the Arizona Daily Sun when I was an advertising director for 12 years. And then I plucked him out of that newspaper, I am proud to say, for the city of Flagstaff, and he's been invaluable. So Ralph is getting things set up. And no pressure, Ralph. But we wanted to break up the meeting, and we know that it's a lot of numbers and a lot of things to consider for all of you today, and so we wanted to let you know that there's a way to have a little bit of fun while we're at it. You can't go on break yet, Councilmember Salas. I'll tell you when. Ralph's trying to take over. No worries. Ralph, would it be helpful if you can sit up here too if it's helpful? Or not. Heidi will just be like, that's okay. See, even we have computer crashes during the budget meeting.
Yeah, I'm actually having a complete freeze up here.
How are you?
Do you by chance?
I think I do. I can send it.
So while they're figuring out some technical components, I would like to ask you, because this ties into what you're just about to be introduced to, which comes from the country of Sweden. So interesting, right?
Like my wife.
What's that?
Like my wife.
Oh, that's right, like Councilmember McCarthy's wife. Did you all hear that?
She's 100% Swedish.
Wow. So who here cares about the people in this room? Put your hand up, even if you weren't paying attention. Good job. And what we're going to get to in a moment is how do we further develop relationship with each other? We all know that relationship is important. The number one reason that people leave jobs is because, or even a council or a community, is because they feel undervalued. You get that? You've seen that? And the number one way that we can help others to feel valued is by listening to them. You get that too? The number one way that we can listen to people well is if we ask better questions, good questions, and then actually care about the answer.
He's, it's down.
Okay, great. I'll keep going.
There you go.
Yeah, or Heidi, do you want to?
I want, basically everything that I have is on this PowerPoint.
Okay, great. Want me to keep talking?
Keep going.
Okay, so.
Stall.
I'm a master scholar.
Well, we're actually about before.
That's it. We've got plenty of time. So the real question is, what kind of questions do you ask one another? Are they solely about work? Are they solely about council proceedings? Do you talk to each other about what's going on in one another's lives? So I want you to write this down if this is important to you. If you want to show other people in your lives that you really value them, I want you to remember better questions for better relationships. So you might, during this break, once you're allowed to have the break, you might say, Heidi Hansen, tell me what it's like to be a twin. Right?
Yeah.
Or you might say, Scott Overton, is there anything that you miss about being on council?
No.
Scott, think about it. Sorry.
Oh, good.
we have openings.
Or you might say, Councilmember Sweet, when did you first decide you wanted to be a business owner? I want you to think about the quality of your questions because quite frankly, in general, we often don't put enough effort or energy into our questions. So better questions for better relationships. With that,
I think we're good.
we're good.
Thank you, Julie.
My pleasure. So thank you for this wonderful, look at that amazing, calm, cool collective that are making it happen. Keep it going.
It's amazing. And that made my day, Scott Overton. So today's something fun. It's sweet, it's caffeinated, and it's definitely stress-free. And I would like to say that if you are not doing sugar and you're not doing caffeine, I don't know how you get through the day, but we will have some alternatives for you. But at any rate, Ralph, are you ready to go to the next slide, or am I jumping the gun? What's that big team back there? All right, so thinking long and hard. When we just went over what we're dealing with recruitment, it's not just about the quality of job or the quality of where you live, but it's about how can I work for something like the city of Flagstaff and not be stressed out all the time. I will tell you, I carry 2 phones. I've never had 2 phones, but I've had them for 10 years now. And my husband makes a joke that when I'm at home, he would love to create a strap that goes around my neck because I'm on my laptop all the time. So I'm not always present. And so I think that's happening more and more. And so I think I have an idea, one of several, on how we can create a more stress-free culture at the city of Flagstaff. And Ralph's going to show you, hopefully, a video that tells you how the Swedes, or the Swedes, as they put it, do it. And you're going to have to watch this, because there's a lot of writing.
Hello. We would like to learn how to do a Swedish fika.
Great, you've come to the right place. Well, let me start with the basics. Do you want coffee or do you want tea?
Coffee?
I would love some coffee.
Yeah, coffee, please.
Well, we do normally drink a lot of coffee here in Sweden.
I think I'd like a cappuccino, please.
For pastries, what do you want then? Like, here we have our crown jewel of Swedish fika. It's the cinnamon bun or a princess cake.
2 cinnamon buns. Let's share a slice of that.
Yeah, that would be great.
All right, great. I'll bring it out to you. All right, here's your coffee.
Thank you so much.
So, for a Swedish fika, let me start with, how well do you guys actually know each other?
We actually just met at work today.
All right, nice. Well, I mean, then I would suggest to like maybe not start talk about like politics, religion, try to keep it light.
Oh, is it actually possible to fika whenever we want?
I mean, like at workplaces you usually have fika at 10 and then at 3. But if you're outside the work situation, you just fika whenever you want.
Okay, so are we ready to start fika now?
I mean, yeah, technically, but you need to know that like we eat them in a particular order. So, I mean, most Swedes already know that.
Oh, what is the eating order then? Because I actually just took a bite of the princess cake.
Oh no. Well, we always start with the least fancy cookie, and then we end with the most fancy cake.
Okay, so start with the cinnamon bun and then...
Yeah. Good to know for next time.
Yeah. So, is it okay to decline a fika?
No. You don't want to do that.
So, what happens if I decline a fika without a good reason?
Ja, tackar man nej till fika privat, då är det kanske ett sätt att tala om att man inte vill träffas. För det bör man tacka ja till.
All right. Next slide. So some positive facts. Today, coffee has become an important part of the societal norms. The coffee break during working hours helps sustain energy throughout the day. I know it does me. At home, it's a focal point for entertaining. It creates a social ambiance. Sugar in low doses is key, but according to a physician who specializes in brain health, sugar can be beneficial to your brain. All right, next slide. For socialization, it increases a hormone that decreases anxiety levels. I need a little bit of that. And makes us more confident in our ability to cope with stressors. And why is socializing important for mental health? Building social networks and participating in social activities are like the exercises for your brain because they keep your mind agile and improve your cognitive function. It even says it helps with any risk of dementia. So I'm helping you all here, seriously. Next slide. Quotes to live by. I love days when my only problem is tea or coffee. Stress is dessert spelled backwards. Tea time is a chance to slow down, pull back, and appreciate our surroundings. And I love this one. Keep calm. There's nothing that a cake can't solve. Next slide. European out of office. I'm away camping for the summer. Please email me back in September. The American out of office. I've left the office for 2 hours to undergo kidney surgery, but you can reach me on my cell at any time. It's getting a little ridiculous, isn't it? I love this one. It's my favorite. Want to hear a joke? Decaf. A bad day with coffee is better than a good day without it. And last but not least, sometimes I go hours without drinking coffee. It's called sleeping. So, what's next? I think we're going to take our fika and we're going to make it ours. And we're going to call it our COF 10 or our City of Flagstaff 10 or our COF 3. So, if you ever receive an email from me or anyone else with COF 10 or 3 in it, you have to accept it. It is not okay to not want to socialize. And if you accept that, and we make this a norm so that we can all get to know each other better, you cannot talk about policy, you cannot talk about things that are happening with your church or whatever. You have got to get to know me. So I hope that you will all join in this fun. One way for us to all help us through these really, really tough, challenging times and to get to know us better so that we know how to work better together. So I'm going to challenge all of you on this. And last slide. A party without a cake is just a meeting. So we have worked, Sean Johnson, Jason Cook, I think you are amazing. We have worked on creating that COF 10 for you. So we're going to roll out a cart, and we have goodies for you. And so while you're using the facilities, taking your break, I hope that you will enjoy this time for our COF 10 break. And I also want to know who listened and brought their mug, because I have a prize, and Julie Lancaster is going to choose the best mug to see who wins the prize. And we're including everybody in the back, too, not just Alex.
Right now?
Julie gets to decide.
If I had better eyesight.
You may have to go.
Anybody have a saying on it that might
This is pretty good so far. Love is big old heart.
Now, is that
The airport, Barney would be proud. Wait a minute. Hot stuff. Oh, are the fancy stickers? Brandy, what's that one say?
Kind people are my kind of people.
Oh, that's so good. Rick, what did you say?
Julie, I have 2 prizes. I'll go 2 prizes.
Two prizes. Two again?
Clean desk and a sign of their handbooks.
Love it.
I think Rick Jenner might get one of the prizes.
All right.
Woo!
To keep things light and stress-free, Rick, we're going to let you play some back toss at your desk. That's what we're going to let you do.
Oh, that's fun. This
Who's
looks
next?
like this budget.
Excellent. Okay, hold them up again. Hold them up. Who likes a little healthy competition? These are so good. I think that the next award goes to Councilmember Salas.
Nice.
Woo!
Chick-fil-A, is it?
It is not. I put that right there. Thank you. Here's our card. Enjoy yourself. Remember, if you want to do it right, you're supposed to start with a little bit of cinnamon roll and then dive into that cake. There's coffee and tea back there. Hope you had fun. We just want you to know we all need to know that it's okay to have some stress-free in our day. So thank you.
Excellent. And before you break, we are going to have this part of our break be 15 minutes long. So that means we'll come back. We'll add 3 minutes. We'll come back at 10:15. A little bit different than what's written on the agenda. And if that means you want to grab some cake, grab a friend, and even go for a 10-minute walk to get to know them.
Oh, okay. So we can stand.
So as we're coming back together, you may have noticed that the earlier presentation allowed us to start our fika earlier, right? Did anybody learn something about somebody else and you wouldn't mind sharing with us what you learned? Please, Councilmember
I just learned 2 minutes ago that Councilmember Adam Shimoni is engaged.
Oh, yeah.
That is huge.
I hope you don't mind going public. Whatever. We'll do a press release this afternoon.
On the stream.
That is wonderful. Anything else? I know you might not be able to top that, but anything that someone just shared with you that you didn't know about them before because you took the time to connect with each other. I just learned that Ralph is from, that's right, and then he did an exchange year in high school in?
Right, I missed that part.
Yeah, right. In Laguna Beach, California, which is where my sister lives, right? It's all about us making connections with each other. Anyone else? You learned something? Please, Nicole.
Well, Councilmember Salas and I like to stand, so we had tables.
Oh, that wonderful. There was just a question as to what are these tables about. Excellent. There we go. So without further ado, as we're coming back together, we now have Randy Suda, Jeannie Gallagher, and Jared Wojciech to share with us about compensation and benefits and a bit about the EAC. Can we give a hand to that?
Welcome back, everybody. Now we're going to move on to our compensation and benefits budget approach and our recommendations for the fiscal year 2022-2023 proposed budget. And I'm excited to report that the budget team was able to check the box on many of its priorities for this budget related to compensation and benefits. This included a focus on taking care of our current employees, merit increases, continuing to provide a competitive market-based pay plan, adjusting the city's pay plan for minimum wage impacts for the CPI increase, increasing benefit coverage contributions or cost share, and in an effort to fund benefits and compensation, continuing the 60-day salary sweep. Next slide, please. Our recommendations related to benefits is related to our medical insurance coverage and has multiple components. The first includes moving from a 2-tiered plan to a 3-tiered plan. This would include an employee-only coverage, employee plus one, which is new, and employee plus family. The second component of our recommendation is to improve the cost share for all city employees. This recommendation includes that every employee with city insurance coverage will see a decrease in the share of their cost. It will provide competitive rates for our employees to cover their dependents and is in par with other public agencies. This recommendation includes a cost share ratio of 72% city, 28% employee cost share for both employee plus one and family coverage. It also includes an increase to the city's contribution to our health savings accounts for those employees that have elected the high deductible health plan. And this recommendation is over $1 million investment in our employees. Next slide, please. So moving on to our recommendations related to employee compensation. First, we have merit. So this currently merits are based on a pass-fail evaluation. However, the city is currently in the works to move to a true pay-for-performance model in fiscal year 2023-2024. So this recommendation includes a 3% merit for all of our regular pay plan positions and a step increase for our step pay plans. Not only is this merit included in our fiscal year 2022-2023 budget, but is also built in annually to the city's 5-year financial plans. This is a total investment in employees of over $2 million. The second recommendation on this slide is an early implementation of a 7% CPI adjustment to minimum wage in July of 2022 versus January of 2024 or 2023. So this increase will increase our minimum wage in the city's pay plan to $16.60 per hour and will impact positions in our lower ranges from 00R to 20R. So why are we recommending this? We know this cost will be incurred, so why not do it earlier? By implementing it earlier, we will improve our opportunity for recruitment and retention efforts before the official minimum wage takes effect. It will also allow all employees to receive their merit on top of this adjustment. And if current CPI trends continue, we will most likely see a greater than 7% CPI adjustment. And any further increases over that 7% will be adjusted January 1st of 2023. So this recommendation also includes maintaining an employee's comp ratio. So just as a reminder, comp ratio is an employee's relative position into the pay range. So if you're 10% into the range, we will continue to maintain that 10% into the range with this implementation. This ensures that we do not create any additional compaction. This will impact over 200 regular pay plan employees and is projected to impact 179 employees in our temp pay plan with a total investment of $450,000. Next slide, please. So this next slide provides a couple examples of how this 7% CPI adjustment, along with the merit recommendation, will impact 2 different employees. So we have a library clerk currently in pay range 00R. Their current rate of pay is $16.22 an hour. They will move to a new pay range, 06R, with that 7% CPI adjustment in July, moving their new rate of pay to $17.45 per hour. In addition to, they would receive their 3% merit on their anniversary date, making their new rate of pay $17.98 per hour. So they would see a total fiscal year 2022-2023 increase of $1.76 per hour, which is over a 10% increase in their rate of pay. Another example, administrative specialist. Currently, this position is in 10R, and in this example, this employee is making $20.76 per hour. They would move to 11R in the pay range with that 7% adjustment. Their new rate of pay with that increase in July is $21.91. Then adding on top of that 3% merit on their anniversary date, their new rate of pay would be $22.57 per hour for a total fiscal year 2022-2023 increase of $1.81 or over almost 9% increase. So, next slide, please. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeannie Gallagher to talk about these next couple of recommendations.
Thank you, Brandy. Hello again, everyone. So the first recommendation here is market adjustment fund. Think of the market adjustment fund like a reserve account to fund the expenses when we identify pay ranges that need a market adjustment upward sometime during the fiscal year. To maintain the health of the compensation structure that we put into place, this fund allows us to adjust the employees in those positions upward to maintain their comp ratio, like Brandy just defined, as we move those ranges up. No more getting stuck in the bottom of the pay ranges. One of the biggest city complaints about compensation that I heard when I joined the city. For many years, the only option divisions had to do market adjustments, or they are called reclassification requests, was to find money in their own budget, which meant reducing the expense for something else, and that, or waiting until the budget process and submitting that as a reclassification. This will allow us to be more responsive and maintain market competitive pay ranges ongoing. It makes us nimble and flexible with a fund to support that is set aside. If for whatever reason we would not utilize all of our fund in a fiscal year, we would plan to roll those dollars forward because we know these needs vary from year to year. In addition, you see that we're also recommending one more compression adjustment. As you likely recall, although we invested millions this fiscal year in implementing the new pay structures and doing compression adjustments, those adjustments did not completely correct many years of compression. We absolutely made great improvements. However, we need one more investment to get more employees more appropriately positioned within their respective pay ranges. Brandy presented the CPI adjustment earlier in the slides. This is why we will start with pay range 20R, which is the pay range above that is enjoying the adjustments related to the CPI in the regular pay plan. For police and fire, this is huge. Even though we made good gains this year and the step plans are working, we are still at risk for losing tenured staff that can leave the city and receive higher offers in other jurisdictions. While we're still working on the details for the regular pay plan, we are hoping to provide a 1 to 1.75% compression adjustment to the regular pay plan employees based on a combination of tenure and pay range quadrant. So we're still doing the work, running the math, but it's looking to make a nice adjustment. We've worked with staff and leadership in both the PD and fire to identify their compression adjustments and ensure that those are addressing their areas of need. While we've been clear that these are still recommended until receiving final approval from council, some division leaders have requested to share the gist of these recommendations to retain staff that had began to express intent to leave, potentially for more money. And it's been working. Last I heard, this may have resulted in retaining 4 to 5 police officers alone, deciding to stay with the city in anticipation that this particular component of our recommended budget would be approved. Next slide, please. All right, total employee investment in compensation and benefits, $4.8 million fully burdened is in this particular package that we have put in front of you. We hope that you recognize that among the many investments the city needs to make, that investing of our employees must be a primary commitment. Without our employees, as Greg spoke about at the beginning of the retreat today, we cannot deliver the many important services and programs to our community. Before I turn it over to Jared to present for the Employee Advisory Committee, I wanted to share this quote you see on the screen. The source is from the labor group with our fire division. They sent this message as we wrapped up working with them on their compression adjustments. We again want to thank you, the HR folks and budget, for following through on things. We will never be able to express our gratitude for what the entire pay plan corrections has done for us. Single greatest improvements that I've heard from all of the longtime guys. But I can tell you that the ship has been righted in a huge way with what you all have done, not just for the fire department, but for the city as a whole. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jared Wojtasek, our EAC representative. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. I appreciate that. Good morning, Mayor, Council, and Team Flagstaff. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present to you today on behalf of the Employee Advisory Committee, or better known as EAC. I spoke to you guys back in February and presented on EAC's initial recommendations, which was to have a 5% citywide COLA, as well as the city to cover a 5% increase to the medical insurance premiums. While Budget Team chose a different approach, after hearing their recommendation, we at EAC feel that their recommendation is a more holistic approach that is able to address more employee concerns than a flat rate COLA would have been able to accomplish. I don't want to rehash what was already presented to you today, but I do want to highlight a few of the major wins for the employees. Budget Team's recommendation not only covers that 5% health insurance increase, but under this recommendation, now all employees will pay less no matter what plan they are on. On top of this, we now offer a less expensive plan option for those employees with a single dependent, all while not passing on any extra cost to those with a family. For those who've been around the city long enough to see our health insurance just continue to climb each year, I just can't express how huge of a win this is for the entire city. On top of the medical recommendations, we're also continuing to build on the foundation that was created during last budget cycle by passing of the compensation package. This includes not only moving employees through their respective pay plans through merits or step increases, but also addressing the compression issues which began back in 2008 and grew over time, but were never addressed until now. The CPI adjustments, as well as the targeted compression adjustments, will be applied throughout the city to address these issues. This complete compensation package addresses two of the biggest issues we are facing as an employee body, which is recruitment and retention. This compensation package gives us a higher starting wages and a competitive benefits package, which immediately makes us more competitive in the recruitment process. The merit increases and compression adjustments reward those employees who chose to stick with the city through the leaner years, and coupled with a lower medical insurance premium for all employees, we are addressing the top two responses given during our exit interviews in an effort to bolster our retention rate. This comprehensive plan demonstrates both council's and city leadership's stated commitment to making employee compensation a priority. And for that, us at EAC want to say thank you to all of you.
Questions for any of the three of them?
Amazing. Amazing.
Wonderful. Let's give them one more hand then.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Would you mind, as we've just heard all of this amazing information, to do the same that you've already done? Turn to your neighbor. What stood out to you? What feels important to you? What is sticking with you? Go ahead.
Very, very good. Again, getting a head start on the salary. Very nice. Yeah. 0-0.
I think it like it sounds pretty, but it's still much more.
Yeah, I always feel bad for the NBA players who's.
All right, let's come on back together.
I know what you're getting at.
So as we're continuing on, we're now having a chance to talk about new budget appropriations. So I'd like for you to welcome both Rick Tyler and then Nicole Antonopoulos. Here we go.
It's hard to follow that, quite an investment we're doing for our employees. I'm going to walk through kind of how these new appropriations fit into the financial picture, the resources, and how we're able to make all this work happen in a balanced approach for our organization. Next slide. So first off, we always like to share with council what staff throughout the organization, all the divisions, in the efforts they do to bring forward requests to the budget team. They really look at the approach we're taking this year, and they're very thoughtful in what they bring forward for us to consider. However, we always see that the needs may be exceeding the revenues and resources we have on an annual basis. We can't do everything, but we're going to do the best we can in the places we can. So here you see a breakdown of resources. So up in the top section, this is our general fund, our biggest fund of the city. And the bottom is all our other funds, the special revenues, enterprise funds, and such. You'll see that requests were made from an ongoing perspective. I need this on an annual basis to support my program, or a one-time. I need this one-time need to get through next year, and I won't be needing it next year for requests. So that's how we kind of measure requests from staff. They say recurring or one-time as we go through this. So in the personnel section, we staff throughout this organization brought through approximately $2.6 million in new personnel requests, reclassifications, and reorganizations that they wanted the budget team to consider in this budget adoption and proposal from the city manager. There was a lot of staff requests, a lot of reclasses that we walked through and had those conversations. On the one time, it's just under $800,000 in one-time request in personnel. The main thing in that is some contracted services, but a big portion is retirement payouts. We have about $600,000 set aside for retirements in the next year. We'll know we'll be losing some of that knowledge and people going on to enjoy some time that they well deserved in the retirement, but we'll have a job to fill those boots. Other budget requests, those are the other things that staff brought forward: your contractual services, your commodities, your fuel, your supplies, and some capital requests, some equipment, and those kind of things. So in the general fund, for the other request in total was almost $13 million for those two categories. So in the general fund, you can see that our ongoing request was $9.5 million. That is more than we had available, and 6.8 in the one-time funding. I think we made a lot of good strides, but those are numbers we couldn't quite reach. And then all other, you can see that the general funds requests are actually a bit higher than all those other funds put together. But they still have some needs that they would like to address in budget cycles too. And we do have those thoughtful conversations. Under personnel, almost $1.1 million, ongoing, and under $67,000 one time, primarily retirements again. And other requests, $500,000 ongoing resources at 6.6. So here, that just tells you what we as an organization, what staff has thoughtfully gone through to bring forward the budget team for consideration. And this is why it takes us a 3-week period to walk through this, talk with the divisions, talk about their needs, balance their funds. All these are funds that are self-balancing, and see how we can deliver what they need through a budget proposal. A lot of work there. You can see it was almost $30 million in requests. Next slide. So I'm going to walk through some of the components that we have approved. We're looking mainly at the general fund for the next couple slides because that is the biggest constraint we have. This slide is a summary of what you just heard from our HR team and what they delivered. This is the general fund portion of that $4 million request in personnel that the budget team has approved. We have our merits, and again, these are ongoing merits. We expect to provide these level of merits on an annual basis, and they're built in. That was a big contributor, as well as these other minimum wage, market compression, and medical and dental. Those investments in our employees make up $3.6 million for ongoing resources we're recommending to council this year in our general fund. Next slide. All right. This is an exciting slide to share with council also. Investment in infrastructure. We've been talking about infrastructure since last September. We talked about in December. We talked about it in February. We can't stress the importance of infrastructure in our funds. This specific slide is for our general fund services. This is where we have a lot of services like parks, recreation, police, fire, and so forth. A lot of programs have needs here. So we're excited to show almost just over $9 million of infrastructure investment that the budget team is proposing. So I'm going to walk through these a little bit with more detail. The fleet for fire, what that is, it has actually 2 quints or ladder trucks. We've talked about our ladder trucks and their aging infrastructure that they have. They're getting out in the years, and we do need to get these replaced. They've been discussed with the bond committee also. One of these has. So we've got one that's going to be a replacement of an existing ladder truck, about $2 million for that vehicle. That pulled it away from the bond committee's consideration, and we're going to fund that with our resources we have in the general fund instead. The other one is an increase to our fleet of ladder trucks. Currently we have 2, and we struggle when one goes down and we're set with one vehicle, and we know our community is growing. The size of buildings, the heights are going up. So we need to be more prepared with our ladder truck response. So we're recommending purchasing a second quint or ladder truck with development fees. These are the fees that council has passed to collect when developments come in and provide the fees. So we have to do financing to get the resources. It's just not available today. But when we're ready to purchase that, we'll come to council, ask for financing this through development fees. And we look forward to that purchase. The other $600,000 was we wanted to get another fire truck replaced sooner than later. We've been putting money aside each year to help replace fire vehicles. And this year we said, well, let's just fund the rest of that one and get it in place ASAP. That and a quint are the ones that you approved on Tuesday night. It allowed us to be more aggressive, get the contract in place, and saving hundreds of thousands of dollars in price increases coming up this year. So we're happy that we can get that moving forward instead of waiting for replacement. For the fleets in park, back in February, our fleet team came to us and talked about some gaps and needs in a couple areas of the city. Parks was one where we had some pretty aging vehicles that needed replacement. The fleet team recommended $200,000 to replace several vehicles in that area. The budget team heard them. We talked about it. We did allocate that funds for their vehicles. As well in the police department was the same conversation about we're getting behind on replacing police vehicles. So we took the opportunity to say, yes, let's use some one-time monies and get ahead of ourselves for fleet replacement. So we're thrilled to be able to provide $700,000 there for fleet resources. The next section is facility improvements. That was also a presentation that we provided in February about our needs, that the annual funding is just not enough that we have. We need to start growing that pot of money. This year, with the request of facilities, we are adding $355,000 to help them advance maintenance of our facilities, the big expenditures that we have. And they have a team working together to see how they will allocate those funds and get some more improvements to our facilities. The next two are in our technology areas, or information technology. You heard us in February talking about infrastructure related to fiber, as well as their software costs and their hardware replacement. Hardware to our IT team is very important and critical to keep it up and running. It starts to get aged out, and we know we got to keep investing. We've been doing a little bit at a time, but we are now offering, the general fund is now providing another $500,000 to go toward fiber, hoping for grant matches, and we'll do a lot of work on that. CJ can talk about that later today. Say or tomorrow, I'm not sure. And then the infrastructure, the hardware, making sure we're paying for our softwares that we need. We invested that over $1 million in our IT infrastructure. And the last one is an exciting one to bring forward also. This is a conversation we had very recently with the revenue growth we're seeing in that income tax. We felt it was really critical to hit the #1 priority of the public safety group. Public safety radio communication system is on the bond committee conversation, has been identified as their top priority. This $2.6 million may not get 100% done, but it goes a long way to assure that they have the right tools, the right radios, and we start getting up the grade for that equipment. So we felt this was a very critical place to add this infrastructure funding to provide to you, Council, for decisions. So some very exciting news on our infrastructure front. Next up, next slide. Here's the math slide. We love our math in finance and management services. So how did we get down to the resources in general fund? What budget team is recommending a city manager proposal for this upcoming budget is kind of outlined between the resources available and how we're investing those funds. Up at the top is our resources. When we were here in February, not here, but our meeting, we had about $3 million in ongoing resources, as well as about $10 million in one-time resources. It was a great start to our conversations. At the retreat, we talked about that census figure, new revenues related to our census growth, and how that impacted our state shared revenues for sales tax and income. That's $600,000 to the ongoing, and a couple $100,000 to the one-time funding. We've always had funding set aside. We had funding set aside for the ongoing merits. So that was part of what we're going to utilize for these personal costs that we are proposing for council within the merits. We had the 1.8 set aside because we want to continue that. And we set aside a portion of our one-time resources because we don't want to utilize 100% of our sales tax revenues and state shared revenues each year. We set aside a small portion, about $1 million, to allow us to be flexible with our appropriations. So you can see our total available for the city general fund was a very healthy number that the budget team worked with all the divisions to come up with a proposal. $5.5 million in ongoing resources, a very healthy year, and $14 million in one-time resources. So budget team's decisions and recommendation with help from divisions breaks down into the resources that we're proposing in today's budget recommendations. You heard about the investing employees. Those are ongoing resources. We do need to keep these as ongoing in our buckets of money. And the other ongoing request, we have about $1.8 million in additional ongoing requests, which is your contractuals, your commodities, and those services that we have. $700,000 of that was prior year requests that were budgeted one time, but really should have been in the ongoing bucket. So we did make some strides in that for the ongoing needs. In the end, we have about $40,000 in ongoing resources still available for council's decision as we go through today and tomorrow. Maybe funds you may want to allocate towards some of your requests in the general, this is general fund portion. On the one-time portion, we talked about the infrastructure investment. A hefty amount of the funds were there, and I think it's very critical that we make those in our community. And then all other items, about $2.3 million to all the division, all the sections and divisions within the general fund are receiving funding in those aspects. Support of other funds. So we understand the general fund is the least restricted fund, right? We talked about that earlier today. And sometimes we feel a need as a general fund revenues to help support other areas of our city. So here you can see we're doing a $1.2 million investment in other funds. What this comprises of is the general fund is contributing $500,000, as we have in the current year, another $500,000, to help council with the climate action emergency that you declared. So we're transferring this to sustainability to help us advance some climate action emergency measures that we want to work on. Another $500,000 is going for housing, for the housing emergency. An additional to the $500,000 we provided in the current year. So $1 million for each of the emergencies council has declared. 18,000 of it is to help with a housing navigator position. Housing came and talked to you about that position that they have. They can talk more about when they go through their slides. General fund supporting a portion of that position. And the last $130,000 is the general fund making an investment in the library and the ADA ramps. We know, this is a city facilities, and we recognize that the library may need some resources to help complete the project. So we are investing in that infrastructure at the library. So with that, going through the math, we have about $360,000 in one-time monies still available within the general fund that we're comfortable with allocating if council decides. And then just one last note before I hand it over to Nicole is this is a general fund picture. Each and every fund that we have in the city of Flagstaff is balanced between ongoing and one-time resources. We did the math and worked on every fund and came back to you with a balanced approach. All the funds can fund their merits and markets and their employee investments. So we're proud that they can support that also in our organization. So we have a very balanced plan for all of our 5-year plans in this budget proposal. And with that, I will answer any questions before we turn it over to Nicole. Your jaw just dropped.
I have one quick question. In regards to that 2.6 for communication, was that part of the conversation that might go out to a bond initiative?
Yes.
I remember that being part of that conversation rather than funds.
Yes, that was the #1 priority, public safety. We're coming forward to the bond consideration in November. So yeah, they've been discussing it. It is on their list currently, but we'll have a conversation with them about this.
So it might be an additional 2.6.
No, because that fund is not approved yet.
Okay. I guess
These are general fund resources. We're committing general fund resources to get it done now versus putting on a ballot in the future.
It'll come off the bond list.
It will come off the bond.
It'll come off the bond list. Nothing in the bond is approved, so it's no new money. Okay. Sorry.
And I'll just note that I prefer this coming out of the general fund and getting it done quickly, especially when we're considering public approval for these things. Radio systems are not exactly the hottest of topics to approve, and this is critical. If our radios don't work, then it's shut down. So, anyways, I appreciate you adding this into the general fund.
Absolutely. A similar comment, council member, with the Quint trucks.
#2 priority. Yeah. Public safety.
Would it be possible that we not have any bonds go to the public? we could cover all of the things that are really needed and not have to bonds. And then I'll tie that into the very bottom line of your slide. It says no primary property tax levy. So I mean, in effect, if we take that policy, we're reducing the property tax adjusted for inflation. In other words, if it's the same number of dollars, with inflation, it's less buying power. So maybe it would make more sense to adjust that for inflation only and not have to go to the voters with a secondary property tax increase. And I realize that the rate may stay the same, but you're still asking for the voters to pay for something on their secondary property tax. Complicated question?
I think I followed it, but let me talk through this. So we had a conversation about the primary property tax with council at a council meeting recently. We got direction not to advertise or put out the work to allow for a rate increase. We have a lot of publication work to do. The amount of this increase is really only $400,000. It's not going to cover these $1 million needs that are in front of the bond committee. We do have resources outside the general fund that we do need to help with infrastructure needs and the things that are bringing forward to council. So no, I don't see this being able to cover what we are asking the bond committee to look at.
Right, to that.
Yes.
To the first part of your question, council member, ultimately the recommendations from the Citizen Bond Committee will be coming back to you, the council,
of course,
for consideration. And if council's desire was to not pursue that, that'll be a discussion for you to have. You know, we've been operating under your direction since last November, October, November, and putting together the committee. That happened in December, and then they've been meeting weekly ever since. There's a lot of work going into this at council's direction, but I want to emphasize in the end that it comes back to council as well.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I see a couple examples here of things that went to the bond committee that we're now saying, well, we can cover those without issuing bonds. So the obvious question is, when things come to us saying we'd like to put this as a bond proposal before the voters, in those detailed cases, is there any way we could cover that without going to the voters?
And I'll attempt to answer that. We're not ready with the recommendations from the committee, but with the numbers we're seeing thus far involving housing, climate action, infrastructure, I think the answer is no. We're not going to be able to absorb those costs through other means, but I want to be careful here. We're doing what we can to find other sources, and there's a lot of grants being pursued, and it will continue to be a moving target, if you will. Things could fall off the list, but it's almost a given that not everything will fall off the list. The numbers are just too great.
And we can have that discussion when we have that discussion.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay. But I would emphasize we're being as resourceful as we can. We're looking at, just last week we met, a few of us with Congressman O'Halloran at the airport, looking to fund things there and elsewhere in the community. It's a continuous dialogue to seek dollars, mostly at the federal level, but state level as well. Last night, we were finishing the draft of a letter to the same congressman regarding potential direct appropriations, community benefit appropriations, sometimes referred to as earmarks, but we're trying to get away from that nomenclature. I'm sorry? You just used the bad word. I know. Strike that from the record. So, yeah, we're doing everything we can to be resourceful, and hopefully that will lessen the need to ask our voters to approve bond issuance. But I don't think it will eliminate it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And just one thing also to talk about, the need was far more than 70 to 75 million, which council kind of threw as a target for the bond measure. But the need's much bigger than that. It just changes or brings other things forward as potential ballot measures is one of the conversations.
I think altogether we got about $400 million worth of requests at our, at our discussion before our bonding, so.
It's a lot of money.
Just going back to your presentation about the support for other plans, you mentioned that 500 for 500,000 for housing and 500,000 for carbon neutrality plan implementation. Are those allocation ongoing? So we have those plugged in every year in our general fund?
Currently, they are in a one-time column. We were very tight on those ongoing resources this year because of investment employees. So it's one time, and we can consider each year as we build a budget, funding those also. It's one time.
Good morning, Mayor Council, Antonopoulos, Sustainability Director. I have to, I'm not going to tell a bad joke because I always tell really bad jokes, but I'm going to ask Bill, since we're talking about money. So you've got about 9 minutes to figure out the answer, and this is for everyone. What odd number becomes even when you remove a letter? 8. Okay, think about that. Don't let it distract you from my presentation. All right. Does anyone need me to repeat that? Yes? What odd number becomes even when you remove a letter? 7. Nice work, Councilmember Salas.
7.
Yeah, so you remove a letter, the F, and it becomes even.
Oh
my God.
Also works with Roman numerals too.
Yeah. I can read that. All right, well, okay. Well, thank you. Thanks, Rick, for kicking this off. I've been asked to discuss the proposed budget through the carbon neutrality lens. And to frame how we got here, Rick made reference to this earlier this morning, but as part of the budget process, staff were asked to include information about their funding requests and how it may or may not support the carbon neutrality plan. We offered staff trainings, and we reiterated to staff that if something does not necessarily align with the carbon neutrality plan, that's okay. But what we're really trying to do is identify what funding requests align with our climate action goals. And so if there was alignment, staff could identify up to 3 target areas in the carbon neutrality plan that was aligned with their funding requests. So I do need to take a moment to thank staff for participating in this exercise. The budgetary process is a heavy lift for all, and I really appreciate all the work that went into that. All right, so this process is evolving, and along with PBB, it will continue to be refined as we expand the use of PBB. So I'm really excited that this is the first year that we've had that direct correlation with PBB and looking at our funding requests through the carbon neutrality lens. And the benefits of this exercise are threefold. It really does help the city stay accountable to the community regarding our carbon neutrality goals and be transparent. And that's exactly what PBB really is designed to do. And so now we're just like syncing this up. It's also to help the city improve its accounting of our investments in climate action. And then the final is to use this process as an opportunity to educate and build capacity, not only within the organization, but in the Flagstaff community. So over the next few slides, I'm going to cover the results of our analysis. There are 2 categories to this analysis: alignment with the carbon neutrality plan and advancement of the carbon neutrality plan. So you may be wondering what the difference is. Well, several, as Rick has mentioned, several budget requests have our recurring one-time asks, such as annual fees for procurement software that allows us to maintain a paperless submission process, or the software to operate our smart water irrigation system. So that's going to be alignment with the carbon neutrality plan. And so I know that the budget team, we have been focusing on transitioning these recurring one-time asks like software, but it's an evolving process. And I know that we're striving to get there, but can't do it all at once. So we deem these kind of as business as usual investments that align with climate action, but not necessarily moving the needle on the carbon neutrality plan. I want to make sure that that sinks in. Yeah? Okay. Great. So I'm going to highlight funding requests that are truly advancing the carbon neutrality plan in a few slides. So next slide, please. All right, it's everyone's favorite honeycomb. But I just wanted to offer a reminder of the carbon neutrality plan's key target areas. And just quickly running down the list, it's emissions reductions, community resilience, equitable systems, decreased dependence on cars, electric mobility, clean electricity, fuel switching, reducing building energy use, sustainable consumption and waste, and then finally carbon dioxide removal. Next slide, please. Great, thank you, Clarice. So the results of our analysis is shown on this graph. And as you can see, Council, the proposed budget supports 9 target areas in the carbon neutrality plan. I'm pleased to note that both community resilience and equitable systems are the most well supported in this budget process.
You're fine.
Okay. And so what is noted in this graph is that if a funding request aligns with the carbon neutrality plan, it's in blue. And then if it advances the carbon neutrality plan, it's in that mustard yellow. A fun note here is that $7.6 million of the proposed budget aligns with the carbon neutrality plan. So notably, 4.6 of that are the fire trucks and the fire apparatus that Rick just mentioned. Great. Next slide, please. And this is really want to dive into advancing the carbon neutrality plan. And this is, again, moving that needle in a very aggressive goal to meet carbon neutrality by the year 2030. And so for the proposed budget, there are 27 requests that, of course, pending council's approval, advance the carbon neutrality plan. In sum, the city's investment is over $2 million. And then as you can see in this table, the breakdown is in the far right column. This spans from community resilience at just about $662,000 all the way to electric mobility at $305,000. And I'll let you just digest this slide for a moment. This far right column is an add-on. We've been doing a lot of data crunching, so you didn't actually have that in your packet. And I'll be happy to send that out to the council following the retreat. Great, next slide, please. What I would like to do is actually offer some examples of what those projects that are moving the needle on carbon neutrality exactly are. Equity is a key component of the carbon neutrality plan, and this is a really difficult subject to specifically address. How do we measure equity? How do we ensure that these projects are moving the needle in equity? And we believe that in how we're defining equity and our carbon neutrality goals, that the housing plan review of city codes and processes and fees for cost-saving categories is a perfect example of a focus on equity in the carbon neutrality plan, as is the developer incentives for affordable housing creation. And we firmly believe that there's a direct correlation between efficient buildings and affordable housing. We want to create affordable living opportunities for our community members. We also have funding for increased joint meetings with our Indigenous partners. This is incredibly important as a growing focus area in the organization. And then we also have in the proposed budget a wood stove rebate program, which would be a pilot to incentivize upgrades for EPA certified wood burning stoves that burn 30% cleaner. This is a huge opportunity to focus on air quality, as we know that burning wood, unfortunately, has a very detrimental effect on our air quality. Next slide, please. And now let's talk about resilience. We have a couple of fantastic opportunities here in the proposed projects for jointly funded sea aquifer monitoring. This is very important when we talk about resiliency and future water use. Annual flood mitigation, I don't need to even software to support scenario planning and hybrid public engagement. Public engagement is about resilience. Next slide, please.
Now let's talk about mitigation, because a lot of our focus areas in the projects that were presented do help with mitigation, and that is specifically to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. That's our goal of carbon neutrality, is reducing emissions. So we've got a number of projects that have been proposed. We are requesting in the budget replenish funds for the sustainable automotive sales tax incentive. That is a partnership with Economic Vitality. That's going quite well. The Aquapex EV charging stations are subscription service to monitor use and allow those electric vehicle public charging stations to be on in a national network for individuals to use, as well as funds to include a carbon removal prize category for the Innovate Waste Challenge in perpetuity. Right now, we have our first pilot. Council member Sweet and I will be at the competition tomorrow after this budget retreat wraps up. And this is a opportunity for local business development and with a focus on carbon neutrality. I'm really excited about that. And then another very exciting funding project is to fast charging electric vehicle stations for city fleet, which will enable rapid charging. These are considered level 3. As we start to diversify our fleet, we need to ensure that we have the infrastructure to support that transition. And most notably, the vehicles that are in emergency response situations will need to have rapid charging access. And so this is an opportunity for us to develop that infrastructure both on the east and west side of town.
Nicole, that would be one station on both sides.
Correct. Correct. Great. Next slide, please. All right. May I answer any questions before? Yes.
If I may, I just want to clarify, that was just the operating budget? I mean, when you reference the dollar amounts, I don't believe that includes the capital budget.
Correct. These are, yes, thank you so much for that clarification. Yeah, those numbers would have changed significantly with the capital. But some of the projects may fall, but these are the new funding requests that were supplied to us.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a couple of questions. Thank you, Nicole.
Absolutely.
Thank you to the budget team for working on this. This is really exciting. Two things. So, Council and our former Vice Mayor made a point about EV or electric bike incentives. Is that something that's being explored?
So I will be in front of council in May, I believe May 3rd, the first meeting in May, a work session with a proposed framework for an electric bike incentive program as well as a residential solar program. So we are looking at funding opportunities within the ARPA funds that have been provided to us. But we're going to be seeking direction, and I believe we're going to have some further conversations next week about programming like as such in executive session.
And then my other question is just, in regards to the lift ahead of us, in regards to reaching neutrality in the different pipe sections of our, different emissions and such. What are the bigger areas that are not really being hit hard enough or well enough, would you say?
In terms of funding?
Yes.
Okay, absolutely. Well, so we do have quite a hefty ask in front of the Citizen Bond Commission. Our initial proposal to them, and recognizing that the cap that the council had identified is exceeded by what we put forward to the Citizen Bond Commission, or committee rather, at $70 million. And we prioritized in that request affordable and healthy homes. Our goal is to try to balance providing resources to our community to invite them to join us as we move forward on this very aggressive goal for carbon neutrality. And so what we provided to the Citizen Bond Committee is prioritized healthy and affordable homes, energy, fuel switching, and then transportation. And it is a hard balance. And I think that I mentioned just a little bit earlier that we have a lot of internal work to do to address our transportation needs, and that the code provisions that we are going to be pursuing in partnership with the Metro Plan funding and housing and capital will help us identify what all those needs are to start really focusing on that big shift, because we need to change our code. We need to update our code to ensure that we can move forward with that, again, the transformation in our transportation system design. When we look at the low-hanging fruit and the most immediate, that's going to be energy and energy use in the built environment. And we believe that bringing forward those resources for our community members is going to be the most critical in providing those resources. And then ensuring that our facilities are resilient and as energy efficient as possible. Part of that is going to be addressed by our energy conservation contract that we're currently working on. And we're at about 50% complete with the results of our initial citywide audit. But we also want to focus on resiliency hubs. So I kind of answering your question a little, probably too much detail, but in that order, affordable and healthy homes, and then ensuring resilient energy sources, and then transforming our transportation systems.
I appreciate that detail, and I can't help but think about the city manager's opening comments about the ship, and just kind of making sure we're all aligned and on the path to neutrality.
Right, exactly.
Which I know is extremely ambitious. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Rick. And Nicole, would you mind again turning to your neighbors, share with them what stood out to you from those presentations? Thank you. All right, let's come on back together. And we're continuing on talking about the PBB, and now we're going to hear about the process, recommended and approved requests by quartile, and insights and next steps with Chris Rohde. Come on down.
This computer's not the one that changes slides, is it?
You can just say next.
Yes, we're talking. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see how that is. Good morning, Mayor and members of council. Director Chris Rohde, Management Analyst, Public Affairs. So I'll go over a little bit here about our priority-based budgeting system and the process that we used this year to come up with our staff recommended budget. So this is a process that's been in the works for several years. This is the first year we were really able to use it. It started long before we received our budget requests from each of our divisions back in the fall. Actually, we redid our entire inventory of programs to make sure that, or reviewed our entire inventory of programs rather, to make sure that every program, everything the city does is categorized properly, that every division has a correct descriptions for all the things that we do, and that would allow us to work in our budgetary process in the context of programs. The programs are the types of, all the functions of the city. There's two different types of programs. There's governance programs and community programs. I'll go into how those align with our goals and priorities a bit here in a moment, but the governance programs generally are ones that are inward facing. They're ones that maintain our internal system, while the community programs are ones that interact with the public. So for example, the Alpha Plex here, they have programs you can take swim lessons. They have
recreation facility. That is a community program. The function of this meeting itself would probably be a governance program. So that's a quick way to think about that. Once we developed and made sure those programs were accurately described and aligned with our division's actions, we went through and costed those. So figured out for every employee in the city how much their time is spent on each program, and essentially tried to get an idea of how much money we spend on each of those programs. So reviewed those things, made sure they were accurate going into it, and then each of those programs, we scored them as well. So based on the goals and priorities that council approved in December of 2020, we looked at each of those programs and said, how well does it align with the goals and priorities that the council has given us? And then this year in the spring, we utilized priority-based budgeting and a new software package from our partner Resource X for the first time that allowed our state divisions to submit their budget requests through our PB system so that we can analyze them in the context of these programs that we already gone through and cost and scored inventory. Next slide, please. And this right here, just as a quick reminder of what our priorities are. There's 7 of them. One of them is a governance program, 6 are community programs. So this blue sliver, kind of on the upper right, high-performing governance, that's the inward-facing ones to make sure the city government continues to function. And then there are 6 community programs, safe and healthy community, inclusive, engaged community, sustainable, innovative infrastructure, a robust, resilient economy, a livable community, and environmental stewardship. So the hope when these were approved, just as a reminder, was that this would be would encompass all the things the city wants to do. So one program might not hit all 7 of those, or all 6 of those. If it's a community program, maybe it hits 1 or 2 of those really well, and that's the way they were scored. Was just how well they aligned with each of those. There were several stated goals for each of those. I figured that putting all those on the screen would be a little busy, and it would be hard to digest, so I decided to leave those off. But there were some specific goals within each of those 7 as well. So when we received our request, if I could get the next slide, please, from our divisions, this chart here shows how much was requested in each of those quartiles, not how much we're recommending, but how much each division put forward and requested in each of those quartiles. So a quartile 1 program aligns really well with multiple of those programs, and a quartile 4 program didn't align quite as well with those goals and priorities as they were stated. So what jumps out here is that as you move from quartile 1 to quartile 4, there were fewer dollars requested as you move along, which meant that our city divisions really understood that we want to be working in the programs that aligned best with those priorities, and they submitted recommendations that were more likely to be in those Q1 programs than the Q3 and 4. In fact, this graph shows that programs, the requests we received in quartile 1 and quartile 2 were almost 75% of the funds that were requested. So just the first two quartiles were the vast majority. And the next slide shows the same graph, but with what we're recommending. And it doesn't change a whole lot. You notice the Q1 goes up a little bit. Q2 goes up the most out of all those based on what we received. And there are still some recommendations in Q3 and Q4. But with this one, we were able to get quartile 1 and quartile 2 recommendations over 75%. So we're pretty confident that with those that we're really focusing on the programs that align with the goals that the council has given us previously. It was a previous council, so I'll try to keep that in the third person. And one more slide here shows just the contrast in the requested dollars versus recommended. And what's interesting here is probably that last column on the far right-hand side. The rest are on numbers, it's a little busy, but you'll see that we approved a lot of Q1, or recommended a lot of Q1 and Q2 programs, and less in Q3. We do have a pretty high number in quartile 4 requests. I want to remind you that we received a very small number of requests in quartile 4 to begin with. I also want to note that we did learn recently that there was one request, a program was our database wrong, one of the Q4 requested and actually, I think, recommended programs actually belongs more in Q2 and Q3. It was about $88,000. So this graph isn't perfect. These numbers are updated, but if you take about 90 grand or 85 grand in that realm and move that to Q1, Q3 and Q4 rather, would just move us even further towards those programs. So I apologize for that being incorrect. We discovered that too late to make the change on the slide. And then if I can get one more slide, please. This graph shows it in a different way. Shows where we received requests in the dark green bars and where the staff is recommending money being spent in the lower bars. So you can see that it tapers off as we get Q1 to Q4, and then you can also see a larger drop off in Q3 than there was in Q2. That was because we were really trying to prioritize those Q1 and Q2 programs. Like I said, there were some Q4 programs that we are recommending, and a lot of them made it through 88% were recommended in our budget. And the reason for that is that there are some programs in quartile 4 that, even though they didn't score very highly on the system, are very necessary nonetheless. And on the next slide here, talk about a few what those are, just so you know that we are scrutinizing those ones. The first one, so paying for housing and meals for our police officers that are going through their post training down. I believe that's in the valley. So that's something that didn't score very well, didn't align with the best scores of those 7 priorities, but we feel that it's still important nonetheless that the city is covering those things for who are going to become some of our frontline employees. Code and ordinance complications, the second one, that's one that it doesn't really align with a lot of those things. The local community, but it's a necessary function. If that doesn't happen, then our city code is not up to date, and that's a big concern. So it's a governance program that is necessary nonetheless. Treating communication safety for aircraft rescue and firefighting. Sorry for the double ampersands there. It's a little bit hard to look at logistically, perhaps. But we were talking about police radios a moment ago. Same with our aircraft rescue and firefighting, that they need that communication to be able to perform their job, and that's a very necessary function of the city. It's a safety concern, so it's something that it's a Q4 program, but we're still recommending a budget request for it. And then utilities for the airport, that's one that utility costs are going up. Utilities might not be an expense that hits any of those advancement goals, but it's still a necessary thing that we feel is important. And I'm kind of moving through here pretty quick here, so we have lots of questions for me at the end. But one unique part of our process, Nicole mentioned that when we asked for budget requests from each of our divisions, that we had a sustainability aspect and asked them to tie their requests to the carbon neutrality plan. We also asked them for insights on their program, and that is my next to last final slide. But they could tell us what was happening with their program and why they wanted more funds for it. So, some programs just have higher costs, but they don't really expect to expand or provide a higher level of service. They're just trying to maintain what they're doing now, and their costs have increased. That would be status quo. A service level increase, that would be a program that wants to expand or grow in some way. So a lot of our programs want to do that right now. We're a growing city, so that is necessary for a lot of programs. Repurpose resources for efficiencies. There's just not a lot in that one, and I think there's a little blue sliver next to it. The colors do show you where the quartiles fall on each of those, so it's kind of a stacked bar chart. I think there's an almost invisible blue sliver on the program efficiency. It's just so small, and I don't know what those few programs are off the top of my head, but ones where they felt that a little bit more money, a little bit more would let them do a lot more, or that they've changed internally to make themselves more efficient. Other can be a variety of things. We didn't ask for specificity in that, so I don't have a list of what other means necessarily. And then increased revenues would be a program that wants to spend more, but also expects to bring in more. That could be through user fees or other expenses that they expect to gain more funds through. So we're really living in the first two of those programs that just have higher costs, but expect to really keep doing the same thing they've been doing, and programs that want to expand or grow in some way. And then my last thing I'll talk about here is this was the first time we used PBB. So where are we going from here? This is the first year we've been able to use it in our process the way we have. So where are we going? And it was a bit of a bumpy ride for us at times, but we got through it. So we're going to continue working with our partner at ResourceX. We were one of the first cities that used their budgeting tool. Budgeter tool is what they call it. That had a few hiccups in it. We want to work out with them. So we're going to continue to work with them over the summer and fall and the winter to improve this tool so that it's more usable for everyone that uses it. Within our organization, we're going to have meetings to make sure that our divisions and departments know how to use the tool. They're inputting their budget request, that it has all the things they need for it, and that we're capturing in our overall process all of their needs. So that kind of is both working with divisions and the users specifically. We did hear some feedback from our users that work in the budgeter tool that there's things that they would like to see changed. So we're going to work to see what we can bring to them to make sure that when they're inputting their budget requests, it's as seamless as possible. They can convey the information they need to us, and that it aligns with our PBB goals and still works in that context. We also want to make sure that the things we're getting out of it on the back end, on the finance side, and our reports work for what we need it to work for, so that our finance team has the right data sets and exports they need to implement these budget requests and eventually the approved budget, and that we have the data metrics that we need to bring to you all to make the right informed decisions in this process. And we're going to look to further our insights. That was the last slide I showed you, so that our city divisions and departments can really convey to us as clearly as possible what is going on with their program and why they need more funds for it, or if they have other efficiencies that they want to move money around, anything that's going on, they want to let us know. We want to make sure that our insights capture all that in a way that's useful for us and useful to present to all of you. So that's what we hope to accomplish in the next year and several years as we further develop our PBB process. That's where we're at now. I worked through that pretty quickly, but if there's questions, I'm happy to take any. Solace.
Thank you, Chris. So just kind of refreshing my memory, one of our conversations on the PBB last year is the attribute or insight of when you're entering a program in the software, there's a cost recovery asset. Has that been considered by staff when you're going through your respective programs and line items, if there's any opportunity for cost recovery?
You mean by that in a budget request, or as we're evaluating inventory and cost?
Yes, inventory. Remember when we did this exercise when we go through the program and let's say, for example, of course, the most obvious example is a recreation program.
Sure.
Or a use of a facility where of course it has existing user fee or a fee. But if there's any other opportunities for our specific programs, especially the programs that are revenue generating, because it's part of our kind of this overall intent in having a statewide cost recovery policy.
And by that you mean that they would have an opportunity to say, through this program, we can recover this much money through our user fees or things like that?
User fee or...
Can you go back 2 slides? Cite one, please.
Pay for service, let's say, for example,
we're past that one. Yes. The stack bars, there we go, perfect, yeah. So I think that what you're referring to would be in this line right here from efficiencies and increased revenues. So those revenues would be cost recovery, which I'm not mistaken. For to jump in if that's not what you're thinking, but that would be an opportunity for a division to say that we feel that we have the opportunity to recover some of these costs through the user fees or other financial mechanisms that would also cover taxes and bonds, but that's not really what you're discussing, I think. But is that what you're asking about?
Yes, because it's kind of evolving into this citywide cost recovery policy that I've been proposing, which has majority support. council, because some of the programs do have that built in terms. There's Mr. Taylor.
Rick, you want to jump in? Sure. Okay. Maybe another voice phrased differently. No. Yeah, the tool does allow us to align the expenditures and revenues, which each program also. We haven't had a lot of time for the budget team to really see how those align, but there is that recovery part that's within the model, and we hope to keep advancing that. The increased revenue section is where we do ask staff to say, well, I want to increase my cost recovery or increase the fees to cover the new costs we're going to have. Haven't really gone to the level of the cost recovery policy aligning, but it's definitely something to keep on our radar for next go round and aligning those percentages and see if we're hitting those for our program. So yeah, we'll keep developing that way. Does that help? All right, thanks, Rick.
Chris, thank you. Just quick question for you. Is it possible to fine-tune the insights to kind of look through the lens of neutrality and our housing emergency?
You mean carbon neutrality?
Yeah.
Yes, we didn't address the housing emergency. We did have carbon neutrality. We didn't do it in our insights tab. I guess that was really in the insights section, actually, just displayed the data a bit differently in it. But we did include that. We asked people with all their requests to submit, and as Nicole discussed this, but to submit up to 3 different sections of the carbon neutrality plan that that their request could align with. So if you had a request, you could say, yeah, if you gave us a filter that we could say, how does this request align with carbon neutrality plan? Are there 1, 2, or 3 things? And then we could read about it and say, okay, does that really seem like it aligns, or just first touching a little bit? So it was more subjective in that one. We didn't do the housing emergency this time around. That is something that we could add in the future. Yeah, we could certainly add another one for that.
And Chris, I don't want to hear from Rick. It's the Rick Taylor show. Rick, go ahead, please.
No, we're working with our partner on this and how we can do these different measures. The insights were kind of at high level about the program, but as we were going into requests, they didn't have like a toggle button and trying to get us to align better. So we as a budget team put questions out there, having people answer the questions to several things within the request. And then Nicole had to go and manipulate the data to get it to where we needed to be. Resource X is well aware of what Flagstaff wants in carbon neutrality in the future housing. So this summer, like Chris said, we're going to be a team with them and start building in these kinds of thoughts in our budget requests, in our budget process. And also, this is just the operating budget, operating request. There will be a phase where we'll try to get to the capital side and build it in. But it's much harder to build that in the priority-based budget. So we're going to keep moving. We're going to keep moving that needle and get there for you.
Thank you.
I have a comment to add to what Chris spoke to and give it a little bit of a different, perhaps higher level of relevance. A week ago, I had the privilege of participating on a panel discussion with the National League of Cities on the topic of social equity bonds, municipal bonds. And, you know, the whole essence of this, which is a growing program or interest in throughout the country and beyond, is to, you know, how can municipalities specifically benefit when those who are issuing their debt requests, you know, investors are able to see what the cities and municipalities are doing to advance social equity. As we go back to Chris's presentation about aligning with community values and be inclusive and healthy neighborhoods, I'm paraphrasing, but under those community priorities are a lot of action items that speak to promoting, advancing social equity concerns. I think the city of Flagstaff, and I said as much during the panel discussion, is doing so much to position itself in that arena. And it's not just articulated in words, but rather through things like the priority-based budgeting tool is put into action. And I think we should just all be a little bit proud of what our community is doing there and how not only this benefits our community, but ultimately may have financial positive impact upon us because our investors will be taking notice of those priorities. So just an add-on to give some added weight to what you were talking about. Thanks.
Absolutely. Those goals and priorities are crucial in the community process to drive the city in the direction that on those things like housing, carbon neutrality, that the city is prioritizing. But I do want to also just point out that they're meant to be very broad. So the idea is that everything should align with something if we're doing it. There shouldn't be anything that we're doing that doesn't align at all with any of those things. So if you have a program that aligns really strongly with one and maybe only one of those, so if it's a housing or sustainability program, it could be one of those, or maybe it really aligns with something one of the 7 is sustainability, one of them is affordable communities. Maybe it aligns with that goal really well, but it doesn't align with the other ones very well. That would, it would score better than it would otherwise, but that wouldn't put it into Q1 or Q2. That would still be a Q3 or Q4 program very likely, because we're looking for programs that align with all of those things very well. It's an algorithm that goes into those things. So it elevates them above where they would be before, but it doesn't put them ahead of programs that touch all of the goals and priorities.
Thank you so much, Chris. And before we go to lunch, would you mind turning to your neighbor one more time and sharing with them what just stood out to you from Chris's presentation? Thank you.
You scared my neighbor away.
All right, let's come on back together, and we have a special treat for you. A special treat. Get ready for this. So before I share that, I just want to quote Chris Rohde. What did he say? Everything we do should align with something. Not so good. Everything we do should align with something. I feel like that can also translate into our personal lives, right? So, because Shannon Anderson, who you know and love, is so flexible, you may see in the agenda that she would be sharing with us after lunch about the November 2022 ballot measures, but she said, I would be so willing to go right now before lunch as we wait for lunch to arrive. So,
And that's federal funding. Thank you.
So we provided a couple of updates to council about how we are progressing on the ballot measures for the November 2022 election. I just wanted to provide you with a brief update. We have been, again, following council majority direction from almost a year ago. It's April 23rd, 2021, when you decided to set us loose on a potential bond election. So
We've continued to work towards the three measure categories that you identified then. Infrastructure, both for public safety, stormwater, and wastewater, as well as climate action and housing. So we'll move on to the next slide. Wanted to give you an update as to where we are on our timeline. Beginning of March, we finished our final presentation. We took a week off during that month, the first week off that this committee has had since they started their work in December. They've been meeting each Thursday, and they did a tour the end of March for both Wildcat to see what that operation is like, so they could truly understand what those infrastructure needs are. Same thing at Rio Flat. So following those tours, they shared their feedback through a survey tool. So similar to the survey tool that went out to the community, we assessed where they were at as committee members. It gives us a baseline to know where they are. That was shared with them on April 7th. Then that following meeting on the 14th, we shared with them what was most important to our community based on the segment of the community that shared their feedback through the survey tool. So they are actively working on their deliberations. The first one will actually occur in this room following our meeting today. They're going to start meeting in person, and those who cannot will be able to still join us online. So we're going to do that for at least the next 3 weeks in an effort for them to create their priorities to bring back to you as council on June 7th. So that is where we are in our process, and we will be back in front of you in a couple months. Our goal is to finish identifying their recommendations in May in order to get the staff summary and that presentation ready. Any questions?
Shannon, I'm just going to echo, just that you and the city manager and the team have worked so hard on this and engaging the public through this process and this committee. And as a council member, I'm really looking forward to those recommendations and seeing this through. And I know that whatever it is, we'll move forward and the community will likely embrace because of the hard work leading into this. So I just want to recognize all of your hard work.
Yeah, this committee has been really dedicated to meet every week for an hour and a half. Has just been, we're really thankful for their participation and their engagement. It's been a good process.
I might add, never an issue with quorum. In fact, really active participation. I think we have 19 active participants on that committee, and each week they're engaged.
And even when they're not, they watch the recording, so they're ready to go with the next meeting.
Yeah.
So
that's part of the council members.
I think some, maybe. Who knows in the future?
You're on your own. You're on an island. Sharon's a pirate.
Not me, Bev. I wasn't talking about myself. I'm probably bright red right now. I am like year to year. Yeah, not me on council. I was talking about them.
It's a good follow-up to Scott Overton's comment a while back.
Very pleased with my new role. Happy to be here. So that's all I have for you.
Bring out the food.
Thank you.
So before lunch comes in, I would like for you to turn to your neighbor and practice your fika skills for a couple of minutes. No shop talk. And what do they say? No politics, no religion, things like that. Would you mind just taking a couple of minutes to get to know your neighbor, and then I'll give you an update on lunch. Go ahead.
These were going into music and then was asking questions what music they play this morning.
Oh, I love that.
And this music is playing in my head when I got up this morning.
Okay, if I could have your attention for a moment. So we shall have lunch momentarily. I would just like to interrupt you to say feel free to continue on chatting, and then we're coming back together at what time? What time do we come back from lunch?
2 o'clock.
Whatever you tell us.
I think it's 12:45. Does that sound right? Let me just check.
Yeah, we'll wait.
No, that's sure. Yeah, 12:45 we come back from lunch. So you have a bit of time. This is what I'm going to encourage you to do. If you need to use facilities or anything like that, I encourage you to do that now. Lunch will be here and set up probably within the next 10 minutes just in the back of the room from Burritos Fiesta. And then we will start sharply at 12:45. Please feel free to enjoy, and we'll see everybody back then. Thank you. That's wonderful. So how was your lunch?
Good job, Chad. Thanks for lunch.
Excellent. So to get us back in the game, before we get started with federal funding, I'm going to ask for you to think creatively and think of an artifact that you might have near to you, a thing. An artifact meaning a thing that represents you somehow, either represents you as a person in general or represents how your week is going, something that you have in your purse or in your pocket or sitting beside you. And then I want you to explain the metaphor to the person sitting beside you. You got 30 seconds. Here we go. All right, let's come on back together.
Soothe the tickle. That's what I do.
As you're coming back together, are you able to hold up your artifact? Are you able to show us? Chief Musselman, what's yours?
Mine was my glasses. Glasses protect your eyes. I'd like to think that me and my folks protect each other in our community.
Oh, yes. Woo! Thanks, Mark. Dan Folk, how about you?
I didn't completely follow the rules. So I had an artifact with me when I was responding to Councilor Shimoni's artifact, which was I had my grandfather's old tracking tools, slide rule, and who's a registered engineer, compasses, and everything. Because Councilor Shimoni was talking about old school
Old school artifacts. Here we go. Yes. Thank you. And Councilmember Aslan, how about you?
Don't call me. I was using a cough drop.
That's good. That's good though. What's your metaphor about it?
I soothe the tickle in the throat.
Yes. Excellent. Let's give that a hand for that. So without further ado, we've got federal funding. We're going to be talking about new applications, earmarked funds, by Stacy Breckler-Nags and Sarah Langley. So let's give it up for them.
Don't say that word. Don't.
What if that from our minds? So when Sarah earmarks Langley comes up, make sure that she's not. So thanks, team, for having me, for letting me talk a little bit about what we've been doing. Clarice, I think you're running the slides. I'm going to jump to the next one on the acronyms. This was a good catch by Heidi Derrick saying, wow, we probably should have an acronym slide. So go back to this. It's like the federal world is all about acronyms, as you know. So those are a bunch there. So as we go through the next slide, you'll be able to bounce back to that, see what some of these are. So with that, we'll go to the next slide. So DEMA, Department of Emergency Management and Military Affairs, some of the flooding work that has been going on. You're all more than aware of the flooding, but some of the emergency and permanent work that we've had ongoing in the museum and Flagstaff area flooding, we've, with response costs and recovery damage, we're about $4 million. And we're working now with DEMA to submit reimbursement requests to get a lot of that reimbursed for the city. Landfill fees, this is an exciting thing, and I know I see Scott's here and others that can answer questions throughout. There's people on the line on some of this if you do have detailed questions later. But Department of Forestry and Fire Management, there was a House Bill 2001 that was in place. The county, along with city staff, and really, Scott, thank you for all your efforts with Wes on that because you really were an instrumental part to help get these funds through the county. The county took the lead, and we were able to submit an invoice to the county, to DFFM, and they funded 100% of some of this cost in the museum area. So we have actually submitted the invoice for the 456 and already received a check from DFFM, a very quick process. So that's pretty exciting news. In addition, DFFM has agreed to pay for any emergency work and invoices that occurred in that museum fire at 100% again. And this is round 2 requests that we are submitting now and have been approved for, and it's about $415,000. And then next was Federal Highway Administration. They have an emergency relief program. Scott and I met with FHWA, and they will fund eligible roads in the arterials in the flooding area, and they are funding and held off about $50,000 right now. We're thinking it's about 40, but we will be entering into an IGA for them to cover that cost through an emergency relief program. And then next, after the flood mitigation, DEMA authorizes a pre-disaster program for flooding. We submitted a grant for the Foots Low Water Crossing, which is kind of behind the Blippies and the gas station there. There's kind of flows through there. We after the flood event, it damaged whole riprap and grouting, and we submitted a grant for $26,000, and they funded that, and so that one work is done and about getting ready for reimbursement. This is DFFM is round 3, so here's where again I can't thank the county and everybody for work on this. DFFM has agreed to fund mitigation equipment, and we have this has been kind of interesting, right, Scott? Is we keep poking. How about another request? And they said, okay, they came out, they walked the flood project with us. We talked about loaders and sweepers. And actually, Scott did a great presentation at the EOC with DFFM and talked about the need of this mitigation equipment as we move into this next cycle of potential flooding. I'm saying potential because we don't want any more flooding. But they agreed to pay for a lot of this equipment: swift water rescue, a loader, a combo truck. We had and help me out, Scott, is the combo truck the one that we rented from City of Tempe, the back truck, the combo truck?
The contract, and that's through Water Services. Ed and Andy has led that effort for the back truck.
Yeah, so we ended up having to rent them. We didn't have enough on our fleet during the flooding, so we rented them from the city of Tempe, and now DFFM is actually funding one for us. So, and then jersey barriers and barricades and message boards. You can see the photos in here of the loader and the message boards that Sam Beckett that helped send me and help procuring. So, so quite the team effort. So that was quite an amount of 1.5. And then Ed Schenk with Water Services, our stormwater manager, super aggressive on grants right now. We are applying for everything. We submitted a DEMA brick grant for $2 million. We have heard that it's passed kind of that first test, and they're looking at this for potential funding. And then Linda Vista Culvert, it has to go through DEMA and then to FEMA, but DEMA basically approved the application and liked it. And now it's at the federal FEMA level for final review to see if they'll go ahead and fund that. And then, I'm sorry, I'm trying to look back and look at my screen here this way. And then some other grants that we've been going for flood mitigation is the DEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. After the federal declaration and the state declaration, it opens up funding for the museum and the flooding, specifically to that declaration and to those agencies, the county and the city. And so we were able to apply for this funding. We've submitted for the Lower Spruce, Schweitzer Wash, for channel resiliency, Cedar Avenue crossing, a dual box culvert, Spruce Wash, Cedar and Arroyo Seco for $8 million. Now here's the fun part. The $8 million is what the project cost is. DEMA came back and said we'll probably be able to fund it maybe at a $4 million. So we'll have to see if we can come up with some of that additional funds, but great news that we submitted a notice of intent. They said, we like your project, submit an application, and we'll see if we can fund it for this one at a $4 million level. So that application is being finalized now, will be submitted to DEMA and then submitted to FEMA for approval. But some big dollar project that's great that we're going for. Sunnyside Neighborhood upsize stormwater conveyance, 2.6, and then Rio de Flag plant a backup generator that we need. And all these, again, DEMA has received our notice. They've liked it. They said, submit an application. We like your project. Please continue to submit something to us. And Glory's next. Sorry, you're keeping up on the slides. I'm not saying next slide very well, so thank you. Wastewater and water. We very detailed conversation with Aaron Young and Andy and his team is looking at Bureau of Reclamation grants and for FY23 for Water Smart. She's starting to work now with some of my staff to complete an application for water efficiency and drought resiliency. The Bureau of Reclamation has reached out to Andy and his team and really asking like, hey, we want to be on board with you. We want to help fund projects. We have money. And so they are in conversations with us for these water and wastewater projects. And then WIFA, Water Infrastructure Finance Authority, you're very familiar with them. They are also reaching out to us. And I think it's important to know when a federal agency reaches out to you and says, talk to us, we want to help you, we want to fund you, we want to meet with you, we want to work with your team is huge. And so, of course, my answer is yes. We will work with you and we will submit something that can potentially be funded. And then another project that myself and others are working on with economic development. I was actually able to meet with Coral and Joe Russell out of Senator Kelly's office, just talking projects. They just wanted to talk. I can't remember if you were on that, Mayor. I know you've been on a number of these meetings with us. And you're all familiar with the hospital coming in, Hospital Village. The airport bridge is a 2-lane bridge that needs to be widened to 4. And We met with ADOT. We have been looking for funding sources for it. And then on the other side of the road at Swift Travel Center, there's a roundabout that needs to happen, and that hasn't been constructed yet. So we are, I sent an investment summary to Senator Kelly's office along to EDA, Economic Development Administration, to see if they would be our regional representative, to see if they would be interested in this project. It's right now estimated at $15 million. ADOT is under design for this bridge, and they agreed to go ahead and design it, knowing that we maybe need to go to the 4 lanes. So they jumped on board and went ahead and said, we'll go ahead and do the design for this project and have it ready. So if we ever go to the 4 lanes or get funding, that we would have the design done. And that's happening now. And so we're hoping just to get some momentum behind this and see if we can get some money to do this project out of the airport. That will be really beneficial for NAH and the airport as we grow and employments. And then that falls right into the 31.45 acres. I used to hear it as 32 acres. You cut a little sliver off for the roundabout. That's why the 31.45. And we're working with Genterra now on a ground lease, and how we are going to fund the infrastructure out there. Rick has tried to pull his money tree, and it's working, right? Trying to sort it on this one. He can talk to you. He's on the team on the ground lease on this group on the 31 acres, and we're getting close to finalizing that ground lease and figuring out how we can debt service or how get this $35 million infrastructure done out there. It would be great if we could get a grant to help offset that debt. And so we're working with Genterra and our internal staff to see if we can get a grant from EDA for the infrastructure work. And once the infrastructure's in, then Genterra can come in and start doing the build out of the 31 acres. So that's pretty exciting for the airport. And hopefully those maps can give you an idea. And then bipartisan infrastructure law. The notice came out. It's due to end notice of funding announcement, NOFA. It came out as due May 23rd. And we decided to go ahead and submit a grant for the downtown mile. BNSF has approached Capital. Rick's more than familiar with this project, with his staff, Christine Cameron, leading the effort. She's been amazing working with BNSF and our team. They went ahead, BNSF said, we will use our consultant to help write the grant. So they're doing the work, which is wonderful. Our team is feeding them information, and BNSF has just been on board with us, Metro Plan. So there's a large partnership here that is working with us, and ADOT's been also a part of some of those meetings, and so we are planning to submit 30, could be 35, plus 30 plus is the term I use sometimes now, it seems like, on these big infrastructure grants. So that's in the works, and we'll be hopefully seeing that soon, and hopefully get it approved. Bob Holmes has been, of course, involved in a lot of these projects with myself and Sarah and the divisions. And he's also been working with us to get letters from the senators and congressman offices. So that's been really good. The next project, airport infrastructure grant snow removal building. We had a great meeting, kind of talked about it, Greg, and with Mayor and Councilmember Sweet. And Austin, I know you were there, Councilmember Maslin. It was a great conversation with him. It was very nice to come up a week ago Friday and meet with us about this project. We got a tour of the facility. We have the airport rescue firefighting facility. Right now, half of it has got what we call our rescue equipment. On the other half is the snow removal equipment. And if you haven't seen snow removal equipment, it's huge, and the brushes are huge. It takes up the whole. We are squished on top of each other with these big equipment. You climbed up in one. It's this big. The tires are probably up to here. Yeah, it is. So we are at max, and this is equipment that's purchased by FAA. We submit grants and they fund our equipment. It's always $1 million plus for these pieces of equipment. We're required to store and keep this equipment safe. And so we really need to store snow removal, equipment building and maintenance day, basically. And right now it's coming in at $24 million. FAA is coming to us with entitlement money. We're throwing our 5 years of bill, our infrastructure money towards it. So we've come up with about $11 million, but we really need FAA to come to the table and help us with competitive discretionary funding. So that's what the conversation was with Halloran to see if we could go ahead and, do a little bit of a political push and see if we can get this project funded. We've submitted 30% design plans. Currently, they are being finalized and being submitted soon to FAA to review the 30% plans, and then we will push to get the construction funded in 23. And then Brian Gall at the airport and Barney worked together a few weeks ago to submit through the bill. They opened up a FAA airport program, terminal program. We submitted for an accessibility room and service animal area for $350. The regional office just reached out to us for questions about the application. They're very interested in the our application to forward on to headquarters, so that's great. And then the terminal expansion, which is 3.7. They also liked our application and asked us for some additional questions to be able to submit it on to headquarters in DC for funding this project. So we hope that really goes well. And so with that, I'm not going to say earmarks. We're going to have Sarah Langley come up and talk about community-directed spending earmarks. So I said it. I did. I wanted it. Unfortunately, I had to say it one last time. All over the slides.
Mayor and Council, Sarah Langley, Public Affairs Director. I'd like to just very briefly touch on FY22 and FY23 earmarks. So the current federal fiscal year right now is FY22. It ends in September, so a little bit different than our fiscal year. But we learned that we received 2 of our earmark requests for this fiscal year. The first was $3.5 million for the Flagstaff Watershed Protection Project. So that's forest health, thinning, dry burns, things like that. And that is actually the second largest earmark in this program nationwide, so pretty cool. And then our second earmark that we received was $750,000 for Sustainability's Home Energy Retrofits program, and that one is targeted. That one is targeted at low income and vulnerable families. So in terms of actually getting that money, it's a little bit of an interesting process. They set it up like a grant, and then you have to apply, but you're assured to receive those funds because you've already been awarded, kind of. So we're just waiting for that process to roll out. Stacy's been in touch with those agencies, and we're just waiting to hear back. Not sure really on the timeline on that. We should get those funds by the end of the federal fiscal year at the very latest, but hopefully sooner. And then next slide. So moving to the next fiscal year, FY23, we submitted 16 different earmarks to Congressman O'Halloran and to Senators Sinema and Kelly. To come up with this list, so there's a list of federal accounts and programs that are eligible for earmarks. So we looked at those accounts and then we reached out to our divisions who work within those programs and asked them for 1 or 2 high priority projects. That's how we came up with this list. Submitted it. We're hoping to receive 1, maybe 2 of these requests. So just for some expectation management there, we definitely won't be getting all of these, but we wanted to provide a robust list to allow our representatives to choose from. So that about wraps it up for me. I wanted to give a big thanks to Chris Rohde, who was really instrumental in submitting all of these requests. So thank you, and I think that's the end of our portion.
Yeah, I sat down and realized I missed talking about the environmental infrastructure items on there. I don't know if Lori's could jump back real quick so you can just talk about them. Just, they were the EI ones. There we go. Yeah, so totally glossed over those. Sorry about that. But the environmental infrastructure ones, we have been awarded the funds. We had a kickoff meeting with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. I'm waiting for a project agreement. They asked that we submitted the scope of work for both these projects, for the downtown flood lateral and the Killop Inlet at Ponderosa Park. And I have submitted with, of course, Ed's help and others, submitted the scope of work, and then hopefully they'll provide a project agreement that will come back to us. I'll take to council for approval. These projects are close to final design. They will need some environmental work, and Ed Schenk is working with the consultants to get some of that work done. But these great win on the environmental infrastructure projects in the city. And then Sarah and I talked, we haven't seen anything on next year's request applications, but we are working with Bob Holmes to continue to check when we can submit for this next year for environmental infrastructure project stuff. So with that, I guess if you have any questions, and then there's a number of staff that are on board that really have a lot of level of detail if there is any questions on these projects that are available. That's it.
I just want to say it's so exciting to be seeing so much available funds and what's coming down from the federal government. But I really just want to say, looking at this list, we know how much work is going into this, and we just really appreciate the team and yourself, Stacy, for stepping up so heavily to access all this money. I'm just really glad we're having a huge impact on the community.
Your word team is just how it's happening. It is not just me. I know Sarah, Bob, there's many in this group, so thanks to, I appreciate it. But it is all about team. There's a lot of engineers and staff out there that are just pulling this stuff together and just submitting. It's just crazy. So, but it really is a team effort. And, you know, it's one of those things, if you don't play, you don't win. So you've got to get the application in and hope that they like it. So, but they're seeing the city of Flagstaff name at the federal level. So that's a good thing.
I might add too, the team's growing. You know, the presentation you had from the HR group this morning, if you recall, had this program, grants and contracts, morphing from a program to a section, and along with that, new staffing, additional staffing, including emergency management, a lot of assistance in grant writing. You know, we know from a previous dialogue with council that the direction was pretty clear. We got a bit more resources into grant writing and contract administration, especially under the emergency umbrella. So we're doing that, and it's in the budget. And you know, I don't want to get ahead of myself here, but once that budget's approved, we can move pretty fast, hopefully, on recruiting the positions and getting Stacy and her team more help.
Well, and if I could just have a second of just a thank you. I mean, that really is huge. I need help. We all do. I don't want to be greedy. I know the whole every division needs it, but I really, really thank you for the support of the help, because it's really going to help succession planning. It's going to help, get us more grants. It's going to help an emergency management coordinator for city. All the divisions is going to be helping on preparedness and planning. And so it's going to be great to have some more staff available to the city. So to support. So thank you.
Yeah. Question. Thank you. First, for the FY23 submission on the community directed spending requests, are those all competitive, or what do we hear?
On earmarks?
Yeah.
Well,
the list of different projects, yeah.
Right. Well, like I said, just for expectation management, at the very most we would get is 3. We were lucky to get 2 last year. Most communities got 1 or none.
We're the only one who got 2.
Yeah, we're the only one who got 2. So we're hoping we can get 2 again this year. All of those projects fit within the accounts. Yeah, they are. The dollar amounts are competitive. That's a really important part within earmarks. You don't want to submit something too big because each senator only has, about $15 million that they can allocate. So if your request is $5 million, they have a lot of communities that have to cover, and they're not going to do that. So that's why we focused around $1 million, $1.5 million. But to answer your question, Councilmember, we really don't know. The process is not really laid out. So Bob's just keeping us informed, and we'll have to see what happens. So.
I have one more, so I'm gonna say two more words and I'm done. And the city of Flagstaff has a gold star. I have heard this at the federal level from all the agencies, and the reason is because we get our projects done, we get them in compliance, we finish them on time. We have been told that's why the federal agency will reach out to us and say, hey, we have some funds. The Forest Service just did that. We're coming with a master participating agreement, and soon after that with $1.5 million for a supplemental agreement that you'll be seeing. Neil Chapman and I are working on that. But that means we're all doing the right thing. We're all doing the right thing with grants and finance, and our audits are good. Like, we're getting that money in those calls because we are really a strong agency in their eyes for performing and getting our projects done and paid for appropriately. So that's a kudos to all of you should be doing this.
Go team.
Go team.
Wonderful. So will you take a moment? You're getting the drill. Would you share with your neighbor what stood out to you? What sticks with you from Stacy and Sarah sharing?
I see my wife work so hard and you got to cross all your I's and dot all your T's just to qualify. It's a lot of time.
Coming up with our playlist.
It's a competitive market. And Stacy carried yours. Very good.
All right, let's come on back together. There was a lot of talk of money dances and money soundtracks. Yes. Playlist. So now we're going to have the opportunity to hear from the divisions, right? We're going to hear from the city manager's office, human resources, information technology, and the city attorney's office. We'll have time also for questions, so please welcome. We've got Greg Clifton and then Brandy Suda back with us, CJ Perry and Sterling Solomon.
Doing what I always do, I'm waiting Shannon to come on up and help. And I want to introduce the manager's office briefly, but this is going to be a bit of a tag team. Nicole's going to jump in as well. We all know Shannon. Her name comes up a lot because she has so much involvement in the organization. And then Heidi, who we had present to us this morning, Heidi Hansen. Shannon, just as a reminder, is now our senior deputy city manager. Well deserved. And Heidi is our new interim deputy city manager. We have not lost a stride in all the busy work going on, even though there's been a few changes. So with that, one more thing. Under the city manager's office, just as a reminder, it's kind of a conglomeration of sorts. We have a few programs, sections that report directly to us, and we're so glad that arrangement's in place. We just heard from Sarah Langley, who's who's acting interim public affairs director, doing a stellar job. That office is with our office. We work hand in hand, and actually we're right across the hall from each other. The same is true with Stacy Salzberg, our city clerk. She actually just moved her office to get closer to mine. I see her watching me every day. Yeah, and it's not going to work, Stacy. I will still make mistakes like I did this morning and starting the meeting prematurely and things like that. But at any rate, the city clerk's office works in tandem with our office, and it's a great arrangement. Sustainability was moved some time ago from Public Works into the city manager's office, and if all things go according to plan, the plan being the budget of both sustainability and the city clerk's office will become new divisions in 2022-23. We're very excited for that to happen. They're already at the leadership table, but now their presence will be elevated in terms of organizational structure. Can we go to, am I missing anybody? I think I covered it all. Yeah. I will say in public affairs, I mentioned the conglomeration. We not only have Sarah, but we have our management analyst, Chris Brody, spoke to you earlier today. We have our coordinator for Indigenous Affairs, Rose Tohi, and boy, that's just been a delight working with her. And we have our senior, Sean Johnson's chief of staff. Yeah, when he's not busy orchestrating retreats, he's working hand in hand with the mayor, writing speeches, orchestrating meetings, doing all that stuff. And of course, Jason Cook, who works with the council. So council and the mayor have a couple of staff that are dedicated to them. They, of course, answer to our office, so we're in full compliance with our city charter, but they're helping out the council quite a bit and the mayor. I think I got it all covered. Okay, real fast, next slide, please. Oh, here we go. Yep. All right, you can park it right there for a second, and thank you so much. I think Maurice, you're driving. Thank you. Total approved budget request to new personnel, 1.3 million. There's a little sticker shock to that, but let me explain. Most of that is going to Stacy. Come on, most of it's going into our municipal election.
Fair.
All right.
Only I have more control over that.
Yeah. Stacy oversees our municipal election. Every other year, you're going to see a pretty inflated number here because of that. And there's the other things we've talked about. Next slide, please. So keep in mind, the reason I made the introduction is under our office right now are all these functions: city clerk, sustainability, public affairs, deputy managers, myself. So we're all working together, and we are proud to say that we scored pretty well in the quartile here, with emphasis on quartiles 2 and 3. I'm going to make an assumption, you can help me out here, Stace, but I don't think our election stuff falls neatly into quartile 1. I'm assuming that's the reason that it goes to quartile 2.
Correct.
Right. And then, of course, totally minimal stuff in quartile 4. Next slide. Highlights of approved budget requests. You want to jump in here? Do a little tag team?
Yeah.
Shannon Anderson, everybody.
So we've touched on the election management. That's our quartile 3. One time is a little over 400,000, and ongoing the 611 you see there. The next two are associated with some sustainability. Wanted to talk through, it includes some staffing, education and outreach. We've got the Innovative Waste Challenge is in these line items, incentives for energy efficiency for accessory dwelling units. So when somebody adds on to their property, fast election, my guts, it's challenging.
No such thing, Shannon.
As I said, Stacey's challenge. It's a fast electric EV stations, rebates for cleaner wood burning stoves, which Nicole touched on that earlier, as well as composting, which is one of our newest items we're very excited about. Last two are public affairs. So in communication, that is a lot of our tools that we utilize, such as social media, videography is in there, Councilmember Shaboni, whoop, whoop. Our city website, we've got advertising, the continuation of our community forum, which is a tool that many of us use, and then updated software. And then that second to the last item, intergovernmental affairs. This is where we have our lobbying services. It has our league that's here locally in Arizona, as well as the National League, so great resource for us, as well as our opportunity to visit DC to lobby on behalf of our community. So that's what you'll see here in these numbers for our group budget requests. I'm going to pass it to Nicole, and she's going to talk about our key community priorities.
So I'm doing my best to never be asked to do this again. I have another riddle. One time I had to present in front of like 300 people right near Halloween, and I told the worst Halloween jokes, and it was just silence. Not even a laugh, so thank you for laughing. Okay. I have branches, but no fruit, nor trunk or leaves. What am I?
Bank.
Got it. Who got it?
What was it?
A bank.
Pick that up so
I got from Chad. Money guy. Let's hear it for Ray.
I think it's fun doing budget. I get to highlight some of the work we've done in the clerk's office, public affairs, and sustainability. And of course, these are associated with PBP priorities. And so we're going to start with high-performing government and governance. And so really excited, the city clerk administrative specialist, yay Annie, was hired and onboarded to improve workflow and operations and keep sanity in the clerk's office. Staff successfully completed the third year of PBB, utilizing the new budgeter tool to incorporate new budget requests into the process. And then a major regional plan amendment to align the carbon neutrality plan with the regional plan was successfully brought forward to the community and to the city council. In safe and healthy community, numerous communication products were developed for residents impacted by museum post-fire flooding, including a dedicated website, e-newsletters, and mailers. We also had staff that organized Make a Difference Day in collaboration with Stormwater, Open Space, and Coconino County and United Way to help those impacted in the museum fire flooding area. And volunteers helped remove debris from private property. Next slide, please. In inclusive and engaged community, staff expanded the city's social media presence to Instagram and Nextdoor to reach a broader audience. They also continue to refine and improve the city's platform to host hybrid council meetings, allowing for both in-person and online public participation. Staff developed climate advisory groups. These are made up of a youth group, a business group, and an equity group to bring local voices into climate action and decision-making. And then $50,000 in neighborhood sustainability grants were distributed to community projects focusing on either climate action, food systems, waste reduction, building energy, public health, and or transportation. Next slide, please. The next priority area, sustainable innovative infrastructure, staff worked with the city's lobbyists to secure millions of dollars in federal funding, which you just heard about, for sustainable infrastructure, including flood mitigation, bike and pedestrian projects, and much needed equipment. The residential food scrap program diverted 15,000 pounds of food waste from the landfill, and in total we had almost 400 community members consistently participate in that program. And then staff were able to receive a $100,000 grant from MetroPlan for training and tool development, and I referenced this a little bit earlier this morning. That grant will help support Flagstaff's transportation transformation, incorporating greenhouse gas emissions and new strategies into transportation planning and engineering. And our trainings are scheduled for May 3rd and 4th. We're really excited about that. Next slide, please. In the priority area of livable community category, staff developed communication products to highlight the work of the neighborhood liaison, including an online training module for students that are living off campus. Staff also facilitated the Indigenous Commission in creating a land acknowledgement that is now read at the beginning of all city council meetings and a variety of commission meetings. Staff also coordinated cleanup efforts of 111 miles of trails and avenues with more than 12,000 volunteers who donated almost 1,500 hours of their time collecting over 90 bags of trash and recycling. Next slide. Under environmental stewardship, the city completed its second year as a signatory of the Mayor's Monarch Pledge. And the actions taken to help save the monarch butterfly this year have been centered around the implementation of a sustainably built greenhouse, gate parks. And this is going to assist with the propagation and growth of several species of pollinating friendly plants. And we're using those plants to be distributed throughout city parks. And then finally, in the resilient and robust economy priority, staff distributed all energy rebate funds in fiscal 21-22, and the rebates for electric heat pumps and wood stoves were added to this year's eligible upgrades, and we began providing an income qualified rebate supplement for our lower income households. So really trying to focus on the broader community. And then staff hosted, along with APS, our first ride and drive electric car guest event. Participants could drive an electric vehicle without the pressure of purchase, and the event resulted in 198 test drives. We're really thankful community members brought their electric vehicles out to share them with other community members. And then staff partnered with Economic Vitality and Moonshot to host the Moonshot Innovate Waste and Carbon Neutrality Challenge. Again, these are just a few highlights from the work that's being done coming out of the clerk's office and public affairs and sustainability. Any questions?
Shannon.
Yeah.
That's okay. So in terms of communication, there was a one-time funding, I believe it was 40,000, and the ongoing was 7. Does that mean the 30,000 for the budget for video work is a one-time thing?
Yeah, so we as a budget team have a column that is one time but should be ongoing. And so a lot of these items are still in that bucket. We were successful in moving 25% of that out, but then we still have 4 ways to go to where everything can be moved on. That's part of base operations.
Yes, and I will add, don't read too much into that, council member. We have every intention of coming back next year and ultimately making this an ongoing expenditure. In fact, so much effort is happening with videography, internal and external, and is here to stay. So, but we just couldn't move everything into ongoing this year. So it's, yeah.
So let me ask you, do we need more funding for video work in this next year?
Well, you know, I'll attempt an answer on that and let others fill in. We're doing a lot of new things right now, and I would almost look at it as a pilot year. We will have some benefit of hindsight next year, and I'm looking forward to that conversation. So I can't give you a yes or no answer to that. I think there's a strong presumption that the program will grow over time. What's less clear is if we grow it internally or rely more on outdoor contractors and stuff. But, you know, everything that Heidi Hansen and others presented this morning, those are internal efforts. The video that you will soon see on recruitment is I think, entirely internal. And all the things that Sam is working on. We have a couple of videos with the Citizen Bond Committee and Rick Tatter explaining everything about general obligation bonds. That was a really boring video, by the way.
All right, Rick.
I couldn't resist. So, yeah, there's a lot happening, but stay tuned on that. I know the program's going to grow.
And to note that that's double the amount of videography budget from last year.
Right.
So it was 15.
Now it's
and now it's now it was 15 as one-time funds, and now it's increased. So we're on an upward trajectory of videography.
Well, is it 40 for this next year?
It's 25.
25, okay, gotcha. Thank you. Very good.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Members, Heidi Hansen. Also, when we're looking at City of Flagstaff recruitment and we're doing videos, that's coming out of a different budget. So it's not going into the budget that you would like to use for your policy types of videos. And then last year when we did something fun and we showed you how we were able to use the green room up at Business Incubator, unfortunately, he's moved and he actually left the market, went to California, so we can't use that green room, but we're working on securing another area that we could utilize, and Nicole's shaking her head because we're all looking for that, so that you can continue the video if the weather isn't, the greatest for you that day, or you need somewhere that's very quiet. So there's a lot of video going on. It's just not all in the same bucket. So don't worry, we'll be able to get you what you need, and we'll be able to produce it effectively.
Thank you. Welcome.
Wonderful. So thank you to the city manager's office. And next up, we have human resources.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Again, Brandy Studer, your interim Human Resource and Risk Management Director. So I'm going to present on human resources and risk management. We were approved for just under $269,000 in budget requests and new personnel for this upcoming budget. Next slide, please. So here's a little summary. You'll see this continuing throughout our presentations today and tomorrow on our HR and risk management requests versus what was approved and included in the city manager's recommended by PBB quartiles. You can see many of our requests were related to quartile 2. We did have some requests related to quartile 3, and a portion of that was approved in the budget. Next slide, please. So hitting on a few of our requests and what we got approved and included in the budget. In recruitment, this includes the HR analyst related for recruitment to help support filling the numerous vacancies we currently have in our organization, as well as the contract with NeoGov for our applicant tracking software. That's just over $132,000 ongoing, as well as $600 one time. In employee development and training, again, another quartile 2 program, a one-time allocation of just under $69,000. This includes our contract with NeoGov related to our online training platform for employees, as well as our citywide tuition assistance program for employees to apply for that program to help pay for those tuition costs for higher education degrees. Under performance management program, again, another quartile 2 program with a little bit of ongoing resource as well as some one-time resource. This is, again, related to our NeoGov platform for our evaluation software, refer to it as Perform. Under risk management, safety and claims mitigation, a quartile 3 program, we were allocated $25,000 for consultant services to help us perform safety audits and help provide assistance related to OSHA compliance. And then lastly, under human resource compliance, another quartile 2 program, just under $10,000, and this is related to our ACA compliance requirements under the Affordable Care Act reporting. Next slide, please. So, all of our HR and risk management programs are internal facing and therefore support high performing governance. The HR and risk management team is continuing to evolve our services to enhance customer service and compliance, improve accessibility, efficiency, and effectiveness through the use of technology, and monitoring and recommending best practices throughout all of our service programs. So within recruitment, we're working very closely with the Economic Vitality team regarding our outreach for recruitment. We continue to use our NeoGov platform, as I discussed earlier, for applicant tracking for applicants, employees, and hiring leaders, as well as electronic fingerprinting. In benefits, we continue to work to improve our wellness programs. We have an online enrollment platform. In our HR manager, we just implemented a new HR manager related to leaves management for FMLA, as well as working with JPEP on our benefits. Next slide, please. Under performance management, here is our NeoGov Perform platform to ensure we have consistent performance evaluations, also an opportunity for employee development, and allows employees and leaders to have check-ins throughout the year. Under learning and development, again, we have our NeoGov Perform platform. So this provides a lot of training opportunities for employees for career development and enhancement, as well as our compliance training. And then lastly, our tuition assistance program that we have. Next slide, please. Under compensation, we really strive for that competitive compensation structure and philosophy, ensuring that we are spending time benchmarking and making sure we have market-based pay ranges as a key organizational priority. Under technology, again, we just continue to look for opportunities to enhance services, to access to information, as well as the efficiency. Really part of that NeoGov suite that we have implemented. And then lastly, under risk management, the big focus is claim mitigation and management, as well as our insurance renewal management and ensuring employee safety, as well as preventing workman's comp injuries. And with that concludes my presentation. Any questions?
I have a question. So with the recruitment HR analyst, how much is that going to be saving us in terms of how much we're, outside recruiters that we have to spend every once in a while? Are we still going to be hiring outside recruiters?
We are. We're currently working through an RFP process for an external recruiter for those key positions in the organization. So when that's warranted, we'll still, I think we're looking to, Shannon's kind of overseeing that process right now. I think we're looking for a couple different firms to contract with, hopefully at the end of that, so that we can pull on that resource.
Okay.
But I see this position really focusing on all of those other positions out there, just so that we can put some additional effort and make sure we're marketing and recruiting in the right areas and reaching as broad of an audience as possible to get new city employees.
I might add, you saw the numbers earlier regarding how busy HR has been with recruitment. Pretty phenomenal. And so, yeah, there's plenty of work to be had, and that's only going to continue. So I do think with whoever we bring in as a consultant, it will be on an as-needed basis, likely to fill key leadership positions. And then the internal person will continue to be quite busy. Yeah, it's remarkable how busy HR has been while being understaffed, which is kind of the recurring theme here. I might take a second and give some props, big props, to Brandy, who stepped into that role was that November or December? October when Jeannie did her migration to Florida, and then you stepped in. and Brandy's been in that role ever since. We have so many people in the organization right now who are wearing different hats. Scott Overton is our acting director in Public Works. Andy Bertelson's our acting director in Water Services. Brandy Suda, same comment in Human Resources. We're grateful, but it's indicative of what's going on in the organization right now. But it's just a wonderful thing to have people with so many talents being able to step in and fill in the way they're doing. So we're grateful.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
Up next, we have information technology with CJ Perry.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. CJ Perry, your Division Director for Information Technology. To start us off, and how I start off anything where I'm talking about information technology is I start off with our mission statement. This is something that I bring up every time I do a staff meeting, and every time I try to talk about us. Is our purpose is to provide the secure tools to make your job easier tomorrow than it was today. And I remind that to my staff all the time. I remind that to the organization all the time that every budget request we do, everything we do is in support of that mission. So I think it was Chris said something like, we have to align ourselves against something. And so that's what we judge ourselves against each and every day. So for our budget, we've got about $2 million in approved budget requests. On the next page, you'll see that in IT, we're in quartile 1, and a little bit of quartile 2.
Oh, you're bragging.
Yeah, we have found that technology, particularly when since COVID and all of that, we've really seen the need for more technology and the need for integrating those efficiencies into each of our jobs every single day. And so most of our requests are in that quartile 1 with a little bit in quartile 2. On the next page, we've got a highlight of some of the programs and some of the budgetary amounts for them. I wanted to highlight just a couple things real quick. One of them is particularly our network management, but you'll actually see this in network systems and security, is infrastructure. As long as I've been here, we've kind of always deferred replacing some of that network infrastructure and some of those types of tools for many, many years. And so we've really made it a priority, both last fiscal year and this upcoming fiscal year, to really start to remedy that. And I've really been appreciative of the monetary resources that we have now in order to do that. When those things go offline, entire buildings go offline, staff can't do their job, we can't provide the services to the community. And so we're really making progress on there. We are running into a little bit of issues now with supply chain issues, where we used to be able to get that equipment in 2 to 4 weeks, and now I've got some equipment that we placed the order a few months ago, and we might get it by the end of the calendar year, maybe, is what I've been told. So we've got, on average, about 8 months of wait lists for some of that equipment. So we're working towards it. We have the funding. Now we just actually need to be able to spend the funding and implement it. But we're making a lot of progress there. The other thing about this particular budget cycle that was really helpful for IT is committing to those ongoing resources. We've been in kind of that constant mode of asking every year for one-time funds for things that we have to pay for, and so making that commitment to start moving those things into ongoing resources, so we don't have to focus so much on just keeping the lights on, but we can focus on strategic planning and those efficiencies going forward. So that's been really helpful for us as part of this budget cycle. On the next slide, it'll show some of the things that we're really trying to accomplish in this upcoming fiscal year. Again, focusing on improving staff efficiencies through technology. One of the things that got approved for us was a position. It's a business systems administrator position. Our focus for that position is to support community development as well as capital and engineering. We really want to take a position, and this is something that we've been trying to do a little bit more of, is focusing on divisions and focusing on making those divisions super efficient and applying technologies to those divisions. So some of the things we've talked about, we've had some discussions internally about the business one-stop shop types of discussions. We've found that we have some of those tools in place, but they may not be as well organized as possible. We may not be utilizing our tools to their maximum potential. So we want to kind of have a person that's what their job is. We talk about the permitting process, plan review process, those types of things, and really utilizing technology to kind of streamline some of those make it really simple and straightforward right up front to the developers and property owners and people that are going through some of these processes, where they are in the process, what the expectations are right at the beginning, and just really implementing that technology behind some of our processes. So we're really excited about that and really hopeful to make some really targeted key improvements to some of our efficiencies. As I mentioned before, continue to overhaul of our aging network infrastructure. We're working towards that. Fiber project, we've got some more fiber funding. We're really excited about some of the projects that are ramping up around that. A lot of what we're doing right now is actually kind of waiting. We've got some partnership opportunities as far as some state grants for $10 million in state grants. The deadline for them to kind of award those grants has been delayed multiple times, and so now we're at June 30th, and so we're just kind of waiting to hear back, really kind of holding on to the resources to hopefully be able to partner in that, take what we've got and really amplify it for the community. But whether or not that happens, I'm scheduling some meetings in July with some of our internal stakeholders to kind of go, okay, we got the grant money, let's move forward with this and let's get that process moving, or we didn't, let's start some construction projects, let's get this thing moving. When I kind of tally up all the funds across the organization, some of that's within IT, but some of it is within some of the other areas. Transportation engineering has some funds that for smart signaling. Water services usually has a little bit of money for some of their plant operations and stuff. And when I kind of collect all of the funds together, we're actually going to be in this upcoming fiscal year up to about $3 million worth of funds. And that's not including some of the things that we're already doing as part of capital projects and putting conduit and things like that as part of that. So making a lot of progress, got a long ways to go, but we're really excited about the potential here. And then finally on our list, we're in phase 4 now, which means staff are starting to come back into the office, and we really want to partner with those staff and make them successful in that transition. We still are encouraging people to work from home in hybrid environments and all of these things, and we're really trying to apply the tools and the technology to make that as successful as possible so that no matter where you are, you can be successful. I think we did a really great job of transitioning when COVID hit with the tools that we had, and now we've really just kind of taken that strategic approach of, okay, this is a long-term thing, what are we looking at going forward? This room is actually an example of that. These little tools that we have some speakers on here and some microphones, we have a webcam in the corner. All of that was just created as a little box that we can put together that we can hand to a staff member and say, here's some equipment, some easy directions. You can have a meeting wherever you want. I don't care where it is. Plus, on top of that, trying to upgrade conference rooms so it's a little more integrated into some of our rooms as well. So lots of great things moving forward, and we're really excited to help, again, accomplish our mission statement. So that's all I had. Is there any questions? Awesome. Appreciate the time.
Thank you. And next up, we have the City Attorney, Sterling Solomon. Yes?
Yes, here I am. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
No applause? What's up? I was joking. I was just joking. And now I'm choking. Excuse me. All right. Thank you. Thank you all. I appreciate the opportunity to present to you today. Again, thank you for allowing me to do so remotely. I needed to do that today, but at any rate, I just wanted to take the opportunity. My office is somewhat like the city manager's office, not a large division with lots of employees, and I do want to take the opportunity to recognize my team. The city attorney's office has just a slew of talented employees. Kevin Finsel, our deputy city attorney, he oversees everything on the civil side and works closely with me on that, and I really appreciate the work he does. We have 4 senior assistant city attorneys who are just amazing at what they do. Anya Windle, Marianne Sullivan, who's also our police department advisor, Christina Rubalcava, and Christina Perry. You see a lot of them quite often in executive session, but they work closely not only with you as a council, but also with all of our staff on a very regular basis. Rounding out civil is Vicki Baker, our amazing executive assistant. She does a great job keeping us all in line. She's one among 6 of us attorneys, so I don't know how she does it, but anyway, I want to thank also the prosecution division. We have Brent Harris, our city prosecutor, who's done a great job. Loves his new office. I still can't believe those new digs over there at the city court. It's great. We have Robert Brown, Ron Canwisher, as well as Serena Serasio, our assistant city attorneys, or better known as prosecutors, and we appreciate the work they do. They have a great support staff. We believe Carol Harvey has done a great job with that support staff over the last few years. We had a lot of turnover for many years in the support staff on the prosecution side, and Carol and Brent have worked hard to keep a good team intact, and we really appreciate their great work. She's our executive assistant over there. We appreciate Stephanie, as well as Colleen, Karen, and Terrace. They're our legal specialists, victims' rights specialists, and they do a great job over there. So thank you all for indulging me and allowing me to just run through the group of employees or the list of employees that we have. As for our budget, as you can see on the screen, we have approximately $20,000 plus, just shy of $21,000 actually, that were total approved budget requests and new personnel. I really appreciate the budget team and the city manager's office for considering the requests. We received about 2/3 of what we requested, and it's very helpful. The lion's share of that, as you will see. Thank you, Glorice. Glorice, you've been amazing on the slides today. Just thought I'd give you a shout out for that, the unsung hero that keeps the presentation going. But as you can see in quartile 1, we have $7,145 that were approved. The primary item that we were looking for here was some more training dollars. We appreciate the budget team for giving us half of what we requested. We have to get continuing legal education every year, and this is something that I hope going forward, training and travel, now that things are opened up again and we're back to normal somewhat, we need to be out and about, and I appreciate the budget team for giving us half of that request so we can be in our continuing legal education conferences. You should know that next week, actually, we have the Arizona City Attorneys Association meeting at Little America. All of the city attorneys in the state of Arizona are invited, and that'll be a great experience. They love to come up here and enjoy the cooler weather when it starts to heat up down in the southern part of the state. In quartile 2, we just have the small 157 amount granted in full, and in quartile 3, the 13,635 that was also granted out of the 16,185 requested. Just a little bit about some of these requests, Clarice, if you could go to the next slide, please. The lion's share of it, as I said, misdemeanor prosecutions. We have quite a few things that we deal with when it comes to prosecution. Obviously, a major portion of that involves witnesses, and we have to have witnesses show up for trials. Often, they don't want to do that unless we actually subpoena them to come to court, and subpoenas have to be served. Our officers, as you know, already have way too much to do when it comes to their police work. So we actually, a few years ago, started using a private process server, and this has been a really good thing. We've had much more success, Brent and his team, in getting witnesses to show up under obligation of a subpoena. And we have a private process server who does that, and that's $4,500 out of that that you see on your screen goes to that private process server, but it's well worth it, giving us the opportunity to conduct our trials. We also have travel expenses for the prosecuting attorneys, the assistant city attorneys, and Brent. They participate in the Arizona Prosecuting Attorneys Advisory Council Conference every year. It's something that $2,500 of that goes toward, that you see on your screen. It's very helpful. We also, speaking of witnesses, back to why we have to serve subpoenas, sometimes our officers in PD who are primary witnesses in cases, they move on to other jurisdictions. They obtain employment elsewhere in the state of Arizona, and they don't have funds for either fuel or lodging to come back and testify in cases when the cases actually go to trial months later after they've left the organization. So we do have a reimbursement amount that we can tap into of about $1,500. But those are some of the items I just wanted to highlight out of the prosecution side. Again, I mentioned on the civil side that we sought $12,000 for training and travel expenses, CLE registration. CLE is continuing legal education for short. And like I said, we received $6,000 out of that 12, and we appreciate that because we have to have those to continue our licensure and our practice. And the same goes for the city attorneys. Just real quick, that last one on your screen, when it comes to the Rule 11, we have any defendant in the state of Arizona has the right to a full competency evaluation and a hearing for that competency. It's a reasonable request, but it's also free to the defendant. There's no such thing as a free lunch. All of you who have done any kind of economics course know that. So it has to be paid for somewhere. We have $2,250. We appreciate we're requested to allow us on the prosecution side to go ahead and allow those Rule 11 evaluations to occur. So the next slide, please. So our key community priorities, obviously on the civil side, that's mostly what this slide covers here. We're busy drafting and negotiating contracts, deeds, easements, all kinds of legal instruments and documents on a daily basis. And we appreciate all the city staff that we advise on this. The grants and contracts management department has been a huge help on that front, and we're happy to advise them, as well as procurement. So many contracts coming in and out of those two offices that we have all of our attorneys working on, but primarily Christina Perry, who's been doing a great job with that. Obviously, assistance with public records requests and public records production. That's a constant, just a recurring job that we have going, working with the city clerk's office on that, providing legal advice to you, the council, as well as staff, the boards and commissions, and also assisting with the drafting of ordinances. Staff does a great job putting those ordinances together. A lot of the time, though, we're deeply involved in putting those together as well. And that includes administrative policies, revising and amending existing ordinances that are out there and such. Also, obviously, under the charter, our obligation in the city attorney's office primarily is to represent the city in all legal matters. And that includes any and all claims that come in against the city that proceed to litigation. Most of that, as you know, is handled through the risk pool. We were glad to have them come on board, but we still do handle some of that in-house. Some of the key Section 1983 claims are handled by Mary Ann Sullivan in conjunction with still working with the pool, but we try to do that when we're able to in-house as much as possible. All of the litigation we're very well aware of, very close to. We have a great litigation team that includes Maria in risk management, Kevin Finsel, Christina Rubalcava, Mary Ann Sullivan, myself. We're all part of that team, and it's something that when claims come in, we're regularly meeting, and it's very beneficial for the city. Next slide, please. So wrapping things up here, obviously the other key community priority that we have is safety and health. That lends itself to the prosecution side of things. Obviously, all city ordinances or state statutes that are misdemeanors are prosecuted by our prosecution section. They work very well with the Veterans Administration and mental health providers in the community. I appreciate Brent and his efforts over the years, getting a veterans court established, getting a mental health court established, but not just established, he's kept them going along with the court. And Jessica, we appreciate all the help from the magistrates in doing that as well. Jessica Cortez has been a huge help working with Brent on that. The pre-Rule 11 diversions that I was talking about, again, that evaluation involves collaboration with many of the mental health providers, with the jail, others in the community. I also really appreciate Brent Harris for his work. He's always working with the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, who's done a great job with them representing the city. I think some of the council members have been liaisons to that council and have seen the good work that council does, and Brent's participation on it. Finally, providing victims' rights notifications to victims. State statute requires us to do that, and the AG's office, Victim Services, they They provide some funding for that, and we appreciate that. And the public safety and legal advice that continues to be given to the police department and fire department. I appreciate Mary Ann Sullivan for her work in representing both of those departments. But overall, Mayor and Council, we truly do enjoy being the City Attorney's Office representing you, staff, and others. And I don't have anything further. We can go to the next slide. And if you have any discussion or questions, I'm happy to answer.
Okay.
Oh, that's nice. Again, I was like worried about all that silence.
Thank you so much, Sterling. And so with that, we've just heard from many folks within the city. Would you mind turning to your neighbor and sharing what stood out to you from those 4 different presentations? Thank you.
We increased their last year. They deferred, right?
I think we're on the right track.
Yes.
We can do that.
All right, everybody, welcome back. So, you might be noticing that we're ahead of schedule. Are you excited about that? Yeah, that's some incredible efficiency. So what we would like to do is present to you a few of the updates that are scheduled for tomorrow in order to speed up tomorrow's agenda as well. Doesn't that sound great? Woo! So next up, we have Jessica Cortez with Municipal Court. Will you give her a hand?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Appreciate your time to be here. I'm your Court Administrator, Jessica Cortez. Here is our budget. We have been approved for $368,975, which is pretty good, given that we just saw the city attorneys, smaller amount. So I'm feeling happy about that. For the next slide, please. So here you'll see that much like CJ, we are also in quartile 1 and quartile 2. So for us, we got all of our requests, the $130,636 in quartile 1 for increased on-call magistrate funding. A portion of that was not recommended, so we were allotted the $50,000, so that's why you'll see that difference there. But everything else was granted. We could go to the next slide. This slide provides the breakdown of our priority-based budget program on the approved budget requests. So again, you'll see quartile 2 and quartile 1. In quartile 2, we have 3 separate line items in there. That's for our bailiff positions and our increased facility costs. So for the bailiff functions, that's $111,000. That's an IGA that we have with Coconino County Superior Court. So that would allow for increased funding to provide adequate security services for the courthouse. The next one is our increase in our electric utilities. So that has been estimated to be around $40,000. It is a fully electric building, so that is a little bit more expensive to run than a gas building. So you'll see that there, that we would be an increase of $23,360. And then lastly, in that first line item is our custodial contract. So we obviously need this to keep the courthouse clean, and we were allotted the $14,760 for that contract, and that is ongoing money, so you'll see that there separately. The next line item is for our court-appointed counsel, our public defender contract. This is something that we do have to have by law for our legal representation for our indigent clients. We do have a contract for that, and it is with Harris and Junior. And that contract allows for a 2% increase yearly. So you'll see that we have historically been underfunded in this area to provide that service. We're seeing that increase plus that gap that we have been filling. So those are one-time monies at this time. The next line item is for judicial services. So this is for increased funding that we have requested to address any backlog that our court has for the COVID-19 pandemic. We have a bit of a backlog, and so we requested some additional funding for that. We have been allotted that $50,000 one-time monies. The next line item is for court case processing. This is for our criminal justice integration project. This is something that we have done over the years. It's been basically one-time funding for the last 16 years. And this allows for the accurate and timely transfer of integration data between our justice partners. So it saves us a lot of time and money, and it really has increased the accuracy of our data that we're receiving into the court. And so we are just so pleased that we are getting ongoing funding for this after the 16 years. So very, very happy about this. On our next slide, we can see that all of the court's areas here, the key community priority of high performing governance. And so those are all listed there. I've really gone over those in the previous slide in great detail, so I won't bore us with that. And then that is all I have, so I'm just prepared for any questions that the council may have.
I have a question out of curiosity. I know COVID changed a lot with the court docket. I'm just wondering how things are going, generally speaking, these days.
Things are going actually very smoothly. So we have been able to address the backlog already. We're not in the same situation as the Superior Court, where they hadn't been actually making those filings into court. So we're sitting pretty good, but we would like to be more on top of it. And like to get things moving as quickly as possible. So I think these funds will help that. We do have the space available to have an on-call judge come in and address some of that backlog. So that's what we're really looking to do.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Good.
Thank you, Jessica. And now, drum roll, please. Drum roll. We have the one, the only,
Speechless again.
We are not moving.
No, I'm not. I'll try. I think we're ahead of ourselves. Everyone expected me to be long-winded and keep these things going. Thanks everyone for being fast and getting through these things. So, all right. Up now is management services. The best division in the city of Flagstaff. Great team, great staff. We even loan our staff to other people. But we want you to be successful too. Thanks, Frank.
You may not let her go back.
No, we're coming back. Come back very soon. You're tired too. All right. Yeah, I do really appreciate my team, and they're great people to work with. In our division, we have just under $700,000 in requests that was approved by the budget team, including personnel changes that we have. So we're very happy for those recommendations from the budget team. If we go to the next slide. Here is our breakdown of our quartiles for management services. We're kind of spread out in the services that we provide. We do, spread as far as how we rank as a governance side. We're not necessarily out-facing community service, but a lot of inside and governance in our area. So this just breaks down where we did have our requests. You can see our level 3 is maybe a little bit higher than the others, but that's because of those recurring costs that we have that we need to keep budgeting for, and we ask for on an annual basis. But that's our recommended budget there. Next slide. So I'll walk through some of the items that have been approved by the budget team. The first item is payroll processing. This is support services for our current payroll system. We're on a different payroll system than we do have for our financial systems and so forth. And we need to keep maintaining that system, and we've got a contract with service to do the programming and such to support our team. It's very valuable. Everybody wants to get paid. We need the help. And so this is a very key position that we'll be looking for. We have this in the one-time category because as we go through the next phase, phasing into the enterprise software over the next year, that is the other cost that is related to here. Contractual service to help us implement and move over to enterprise HR payroll systems. So we are investing to make sure we do this right, have the right resources, and move this forward and off of a separate financial system. So we look for a successful year in that transition coming up. Under cash receipting, this is 100% related to credit card fees. Credit card fees continue to climb. We haven't had the right base allocation in customer service Last year, we got 60,000 in one-time revenues. This year, we're looking for 160,000 in budget authority. One of the things we found out over the last 2 years is, as you push people to be more remote, pay online, be more efficient that way, not as much traffic at City Hall, people use the online portal to make payments. They set up automatic payments, which go on credit cards. They pay online with credit cards. So it's a great value for our customer to be able to do this efficiently and pay services, but it comes at a cost. And we understand it. It's the cost of doing business. And so we do need to have this request approved. Then I'm going to skip to the last one under procurement and then come back to the others. Under procurement, one item in there is about 15,000 for our online bidding software. Right now, we're 100% online paperless bidding for all our formal procurements. This is a system we've had for probably 5+ years, but it's been kind of one-time funded for several years. So we're thrilled to get this into the ongoing bucket for that very valuable service that we provide in procurement. The rest of the funding between contract management, grant management, and a little bit in procurement is what has kind of been touched on earlier today. Kind of stole my thunder, but that's okay, really. Coming into this budget cycle, we knew there was a lot more pressures and a lot more work related to our grants and contracts position. So we came forward with a request early on in the process to add a couple staff members to support this area. Contracts management, we moved this over to our area to kind of coordinate and keep everything consolidated and make sure we're meeting those benchmarks and requirements we have in contracts. We've done a lot of work on it since 2017, and now just in the last 3 years, we've processed over 1,300 contracts that we got to keep an eye on, take a look at, and rotate for signatures and all that. So that area is elevated. Everyone's really busy. This organization is really busy and a lot of contracts to manage. On our grant side, that has just been blowing up as far as the amount of grants we're out there, we're getting. It's great to go out and search for those grants, and we appreciate all staff looking for the funding outside of the city to get their projects done. But it comes at a cost of the paperwork, the administration, the compliance, making sure our audits are clean, our single audits are clean, and we are that gold star agency that federal governments look at. So those were the pressures that we saw in the management services. As we went through the budget process, the city manager's office on the other side had a position request in also. And they were requesting a emergency management position, a body to help us in coordinating efforts throughout the city to be more effective and more efficient when these emergency events come up and we have to address them. Hopefully more proactive planning in the front end and more coordinated efforts in the back end as we go into events. Allowing those who really need to get out in the organization, out in the community, and address the emergencies, being there versus having to be that coordinating person in our organization. So we talked through it with the city manager's office and my division, say, well, how can we address both of these issues? And we come up with a recommendation that we talked about a little bit earlier about elevating our program into a section. So now Management Services has a new section, which we handled by Stacy Breckler-Nags. We've reclassed her to a section head. And we added 2 more positions in this mix. One position is a grants administrator for the grants and contract side, grants and contracts administrator. And the other side is the emergency management administrator, the support that our organization needs for both of these areas for our city of Flagstaff. So we're thrilled to get this. We're looking forward to implementing this very soon, and we appreciate the budget team's consideration in this area. Next slide. So Management services is a governance program. That's really where we focus our services and helping the community. But sometimes we've got things that kind of focus on the environmental side. So we've got to put a little bit of a mix on the first few items here. These are items that seem kind of similar as the past year, but we are implementing a time entry system to where people are not shuffling PDF files and documents and signing either by ink or electronically. We are in the middle of implementing, and hopefully in May of this year, we have a couple divisions going live in an automated time system with time clocks, automated approvals through the system. It's something we've been working on for 5 years, but we always get pushed on the back burner. So we're very happy we're going to be delivering this in this coming calendar year. As mentioned earlier, the procurement is all formal procurements are electronic, saving paper and that processes. Our municipal billing, miscellaneous accounts receivables, and customers, they've really adapted to this online payment portal. So this is something that's definitely had a good impact to our environment as far as less cars on the road, coming to City Hall, and that type of approach, but people being electronically taking care of their accounts. An exciting piece we've kicked off recently is a partnership with Noresco, our energy company is going to help us implement some energy savings programs. We're looking at a mass meter programming to upgrade our meters over the next year or so, so that they are more efficient meters than we have in the grounds right now. As meters get older, they kind of slow down, they don't function as well. Plus we have new meters that have a better functionality that lasts longer. So we're working with them to see how we can implement and get a lot of new meters in the ground over the next year or so. As mentioned, a successful grants management program. We have been award winners in our budgets and financial reports for the last 27 years. Quality works, and the response we get from the reviewers are minimal, which is amazing because there's changes every year of what you have to add and change to your financial reporting. But our team stays on top of it, and our comments are very limited as far as what we need to change. And 11 years of the National Procurement Award from our purchasing team, being focused in that area for our city. So that is management services off the cuff, and I wonder if you have any questions.
So how many years have you been with us now?
Hold on, I got to do the math.
27 years? Interesting how the awards from been 27 years in a row. Just throwing it out there.
It's a coincidence. No, it's all team.
So I have a question. So you said the cash receipts, which are basically the credit card fees, came into about 160,000.
That's the increase.
Yes. Kind of, Councilmember Salas has come a while back with the priority-based budgeting and cost recovery. Is that something we've explored, cost because with credit card fees?
Yes.
But we haven't implemented.
No, we've explored it. So most of the credit card fees are related to our municipal bills, and those actually get allocated through cost allocation to water services, wastewater, landfill, stormwater, because we're the people that bring in the payments and everything, but we cost allocate the service to them. So really it is recovered within those programs, those enterprise funds, is where most of the recovery happens. We took an opportunity, not last summer, last winter, a year ago, to look at what it would take to pass the fee on to the customer. That's where you would see the cost recovery is let those who are using the credit cards pay for the service. It was really disappointing when we were working with a credit card company to talk about changing the approach to that. And because utility businesses get a lower fee rate from credit card companies, if we passed it on to customers, those costs would have been 50 to 75% higher in cost that now they're passing on to customers. And it just didn't make a lot of sense to me, like, oh, let's have more cost, but then pass it on. Let's just keep it rolling into the cost of giving utility service, trash services, and that kind of stuff. So that's where we landed at this time. Doesn't mean we can't go back, but.
So I thought it was interesting.
You know, it was an interesting conversation. I was like, no.
So when I pay my utility bill automatically every month, it comes out of my checking.
Yes.
Now, so do you have to pay a fee on that also?
Not as much, but yeah, the banks charge fee for all transactions we do. It's a little bit less. I don't have that percent or number on the top of my mind, but that is the more effective and efficient and lower cost process. I've talked to my customer service team about how we can maybe push and get customers to look at using bank draft side versus credit card side for those automatic payments. So that's a conversation I had with Jessica Hewlett and her team in customer service, and maybe something we just need to promote better. Yep. But yeah, we can charge to deposit cash.
So you're saying that I'm more efficient than the average person, is that correct?
Accept all credit cards? Would it be a strategy to only accept certain ones that have?
With our contract, it's the same kind of fee requirement. Yeah, there's no strategy. Okay. What really drives it is the commercial business cards, maybe a little bit more, or the miles cards are a little bit more, but we can't pick and choose what credit cards we can. Okay. Yeah.
He'll be back tomorrow for autographs. Next up, we have Mark Gaylord with fire.
Before I start, I'd just like to mention that Rick Tatter wrote my slides.
Then she went on vacation.
You see, fire department was quite a bit of an investment this year in the context. Really, the big news is what you've already discussed. We're talking about capital and improvement, capital expenditure program that comes at quite a cost. In a community that's spitting out high-rise residential, is considering an institutional occupancy of 6 stories or more in a brand new growth area to the south. And we have 2 ladder trucks that routinely are broken down at the same time. So we're grateful for the city manager's recommendation to rectify that.
Do you know what color they're going to be?
Pardon me?
Do you know what color they're going to be?
Green for me. They're going to be new colored. So they're going to be, I understand my apparatus color will be red.
The airport.
Pardon me?
The airport. You guys know.
Oh, that's in Heidi's section. Those are green.
So fluorescent green.
Or maybe.
Anyway, maybe that's more expensive.
So,
we'll get the details after we purchase it.
So that's the big investment is the CapEx and replacing sorely needed equipment that needs to be replaced. Compensation, obviously, the commitment of city manager and council to kind of continue to implement the new compensation plan, and then this year really kind of finish off work left undone in the implementation. We're very grateful for that. Let's go to the next slide. Talk about quartiles. In a public safety department, you would hope that most of the investment is going into quartile 1. In this case, it is. In quartile 2, you'll see a little bit of investment that is moving what likely, hopefully, will become ongoing expenses. This year being funded for the first time is ongoing. It's essentially software maintenance for a program that keeps the fire department's policies and procedures contemporary
court tested, and also provides a meaningful training program to our folks so that they stay up to speed on the policy environment governing our work. And so I'd really rather go to the next slide since there's not much to learn here. You kind of see a few of some of the highlights, and I'll go over those in the next slide a little bit, but you see the distribution, most of them quartile 1, where the most significant investment is. The alternative response, a portion of that is located in our budget as well, and I'll just say that project is going on fabulous right now.
That's great.
It's going on it's really well. I know we were disappointed in possibly not having, the left hand of that program, which would be a place to go facility-based, but I will tell you that we are interacting with community members, and we are providing them a much kinder and gentler response, because when the big red truck goes, we have limited options. You're going to the hospital whether you like it or not in some cases. And certainly if our partners in the police department attend a call, sometimes people go to jail. This is a better option for many of those calls. It's working in that fashion. And so we're really proud to be a part of that. It is not without its hiccups and painful portions to implement, but so far it is working. We are responding to what we call mega calls with a different approach, and we're glad to be a part of it. So if I go to the next slide. So some of the things that we have invested in, and one of them we're really super proud of, pre-Great Recession, fire department, as most fire departments, had a training chief, an officer responsible for professional development, professional standards in a fire department. We incrementally have been kind of growing that function. We started with a regional contract. We have 5 partners that help us fund that. This year, those partners agreed that if City of Flagstaff wished to upgrade that to a training chief, that they would continue their funding. And so for the cost of an upgrade from a civilian regional training coordinator, we're able to restore the training chief function to the Flagstaff Fire Department. We're pretty excited about that. The other piece is the funding and the implementation since the 2007 and prior to that. Analysis had shown that we needed more rescue trucks in addition to the fire apparatus that we have in the city, and recommended 3. And we're finally getting to the second 24/7 365 rescue, which is an emergency medical service provider with a smaller staff, advanced life support. We're very excited about that. Quite honestly, we've got folks going on over 3,500 calls. 3 of our units are over 3,500 calls. That's an immense workload. So we're able to soften that a little bit with the addition of this. We're grateful for that as well. EMS equipment, standard of practice in EMS, just mind-boggling compared to when I started in EMS about 38 years ago. And one of the things we needed to do for our firefighter paramedics is provide them with standard of practice laryngoscopes. I won't bore you to death, but the old laryngoscope was you hope you made the right decision, and then the new laryngoscope is 100% verification. It's better for our patients. And make less errors and clinical errors, and so it's a big deal item for us. Special operations certification training, you have here in Flagstaff, the Northern Arizona hazardous materials response and technical rescue response team, and through attrition, we find ourselves needing to certify newer employees that can fill those roles on those special units. Increased overtime, and the overtime, I'll just kind of point, overtime at the Flagstaff Fire Department is about putting bodies in seats on a 24/7 basis. Leave, family medical, all kinds of things cause the necessity of overtime. And so the ability to have appropriate staffing, overtime levels is an important part of just making sure that we're meeting customer expectations every day. The other piece really exciting about is cancer initiative training. In our business, mental health and cancer is an emerging kind of, I don't want to say it's new, but I think what we are really doing is we're grappling with how little we know about the impacts on our firefighters. And so what we're really excited about is additional screening on an annual basis for our firefighters. The whole key is early detection, so we can get in there and make sure our folks are healthy and finish their career healthy and have a healthy after career. And so that's another part of the funding. You see acting pay is a tool we use to cover vacancies on a daily basis. It is a very cost-effective model. If we switch to a callback for every time someone with a special skill or rank was out for leave, sick leave, COVID, any manner of things, it would be very, very expensive. This is just a restoration of our ability to continue that practice. Lots of pent-up CapEx, capital expenditure repairs, apparatus maintenance. When you have an older fleet, you should anticipate increased costs for apparatus maintenance. Good news is we're getting ready to lower the nominal age of our overall fleet, so we're excited about that. And then reporting analytics software platform, that is on our fire department RMS replacement. We talked about that. That's a very large part of the investment that you see in the city manager's proposed budget. Alternative response unit, Lexipol training policy software, I mentioned that. We, like the police department, have a program that is aimed at reducing the exposure of our employees in the city by having them supported by contemporary court-effective policy. In addition to that comes with a training arm to make sure our folks are exposed to that with some regularity. And we're very ecstatic about all the changes that are now being made possible because of the water fee that is funding the wildfire management program. Yesterday, I interviewed for a lot of help with HR, where we have migrated the job classifications in wildfire management so that they are more aligned with the fire suppression side of the fire department, so that we can create a career path and progression for our employees, not have blue pants and green pants and never shall they ever cross. And so what we'd like to do is we have created a rank structure that's similar. It allows people career pathing. I'm super excited about it. Yesterday, I interviewed 3 of the most outstanding candidates for one wildfire management position, on average 15 years plus experience. We are now an employer of choice in that field because of all the things that you all have put in place already. So we're really excited about that. Hazard tree mitigation and wildfire management, a lot of positive things going on there. You've seen our team with some regularity. They're highly energized, highly passionate, and we're excited about all the changes that are coming.
Chief, can you comment on how our staff are doing right now with the pending fire? What resources have we been allocating?
Your Flagstaff Fire Department, inside of about 30 minutes, had the entire city response out to the fire in those neighborhoods that were being impacted. We did an all-call. 28 of our members came in on their day off and staffed additional trucks and allowed us to continue city protection. And so we had quite an investment. Our partners, Highlands to the south, sent their 2 on-duty units as well, did a recall. But it was, in the old days before we were sophisticated, we said, 1 arm, 2 arm, that was a y'all come. And everybody went out there and got involved in the response. It was incredible with fire behavior and the fire weather. That has softened quite a bit. Our investment over there is back down to 1 or 2 trucks a day. We're taking some night shifts in those neighborhoods, and we should probably be to our new normal here in about 2 more days.
And I understand Type 1 teams coming in.
Type 1 team's supposed to take over at 06 tomorrow morning. And so and then with that will come a lot of resources and, but fire continues. When you see the fire growth, what you're seeing is what's occurring out over on the very north end. It's already moved through the monument, the meter, sunset, meter crater. It's gone through the visitor center. I don't have any information on that. I've been driving around here. We've lost numerous structures. We have some of our residents out there, possibly up to 24 families are now without their homes. So pretty devastating.
Thank you.
Next slide, I think. Nice job, Rick.
Any questions?
She's already a couple of questions.
Yes.
Do you know with Prop 203, the marijuana tax that's helping fund our alternate care unit? Do you know if that? Do you have any updates on that funding? Is that funding increasing, or is it remaining the same? Are people smoking more weed or less?
I know that we received that. We received the same funding out in the fire district summit, and we're not counting on it for much right now because it's kind of sporadic. We're still trying to figure out what normal weed smoking is going on.
420 is coming up soon.
Yesterday.
Oh, was it?
That was yesterday, dude. Our projections for the excise tax portion of the marijuana tax is about $400,000. That's coming in. Yes, the alternate care is the main source of that money at this time.
Is that the same as it was prior?
That's the combination of the two. Police and fire.
Is it increasing or is it going down or is it steady?
I don't know. It's our first year in getting those. We only get 2 payments a year, so there's no trend as far as the excise tax. There is some trends on the sales tax side. We're also getting sales tax. That's in the retail category, about 184,000 there. But no, I didn't wrap that one up.
That's fine. And a couple other points, Chief. Mayor, if this was possible, that we could circle back to this in our bicycle parking lot at the end of our discussion. I'd love to talk about a peer specialist for the care unit as a third position.
Can you be a what specialist?
Peer specialist.
Peer specialist.
And my understanding is talking to folks, this person could also serve as a case manager, and they could work during 8 to 5 Monday through Friday, and they could help with additional follow-up and engagement that we're not currently able to do. So do you have any comments on that?
Councilmember, I think I understand the concept of it, and I think one of the things that was somewhat interesting was the idea of a lived experience counselor. And I think that from a clinical standpoint, I don't know what our partners would say or how they feel about it. What I will tell you is every day we're learning more about how to put a firefighter EMT and a behavioral health specialist together. From my understanding, I haven't heard, and I don't think we still don't have enough experience on the back end on the data collection and case manager standpoint to really understand if that's a need. And I'll say from a case manager standpoint, a lot of our clients are not real big candidates for case management. We're repeat customers, and we're going out and we're seeing them. In some cases, we're seeing them more than once a day, and they really don't want the behavioral health specialist connection to services yet, wherever they're at. And that characterizes the majority of the clients that we're serving. What we have seen is we have identified people in the community who are potentially ready for services, and we're beginning to intervene and get them connected. We don't have a context with respect to how much that is. And so I can't help but wonder if we shouldn't wait and execute the contract as is and continue to do that and learn more about it before we make decisions on changing the staffing configuration. And that would be my initial thought.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll jump on that though. But we did allocate $208,000 more for the next fiscal year to be able to decide on that.
Okay.
So I have questions as to whether that's the best approach for an expansion or another vehicle, if we go to 24/7, or instead have an overlap of the high times. But I feel that we need to get that data in hand to help make an informed decision. But hopefully we'll have some flexibility with those extra funds.
So Mayor, I wanted to clarify that 208 that you see, that's the one-time dollars that's part of the 776. So we have 500 and some change $1,000, that's the ongoing pot. That 208 one time is to pay that Terra's contract. So that will need over that 5-year period. That 208 is only for the first 3 years, right?
Yeah, the 208 is one-time money for 3 years.
Yeah.
The other is the Tiros contract on
Yeah.
Interesting.
So I just wanted to clarify those funds.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I appreciate that. We can discuss that when it gets to the parking lot, but I'm also want to see this allocate funds, however it may be towards potential expansion in the future.
Got it written down for the parking lot.
Thank you. And then the other thing that I think is probably my most important point is, my understanding is that, obviously having talked to you a bunch about this and the struggles we've had in the CART program before, I'm wondering if it would make sense to do an evaluation and do research. We did receive an email a while back from a partner at NAU that was willing and able and excited to work with us in doing an evaluation and research, and specifically talking about how can we improve our operations and cost savings. Have we ever done evaluations on our efforts?
On the CART?
No, I guess
Alternative response?
in general, in terms of like city operations, do we do evaluations on like an annual basis?
We don't do performance evaluations on an annual basis. Outside, we do that in the context that we provide performance metrics as a part of the budget process.
Mm-hmm.
And we report out on that.
Okay.
And then there are periodically consultant studies that are done, and certainly the Flagstaff Fire Department has, in some cases, a shelf full of those, those full of recommendations that have thus far proved not affordable. And so, there are a lot of ways to do performance analysis. One of them in police and fire is simply accreditation. We go out and we perform an accreditation and sign up and have our professional organizations assist us with self-assessment and then peer assessment, which is in my view, the one I would advocate more because it establishes your performance against industry standards and community standards. And in most of the models, it requires or it demands that the public be involved in setting those standards. So there's a couple of good models out there. On an annual basis, really in depth, no.
So I'd love to add this to the parking garage area as well if possible. My understanding is that it's typically 10 to 15% of the annual operating budget is what agencies that do evaluations set aside. And looking at leadership and others that might have more experience in this than I do, but my understanding is that evaluations typically occur annually, and they help to find areas of improvement, and that this is what successful programs do. And to me, that kind of like furthers our intent with PBB, and I think would really set up this program for success long term, way past our 3 years. So I personally see a lot of value in this, and I'd love to have more discussion on this.
To be clear, are you speaking to the fire department operations overall?
CARE.
CARE.
Yeah, I don't mean to confuse them, but it's.
So
there isn't a lot of people to compare ourselves to. We are cutting edge with this program. And we are finding out on a daily basis what that means to be cutting edge. And so I don't know where we would necessarily find a baseline to compare ourselves to in this particular area.
And perhaps we're tabling it for now? To put it into the parking lot?
Got it in the lot.
Okay.
Bike storage.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Fantastic, and we've got one more presentation, and we have public participation. and then it's a wrap for the day. So from chief to chief, let's please welcome Dan Musselman.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Dan Musselman. I'm a friend of Rick Tatters for that. So it's just amazing kind of sitting in the back and watching this. And it really is a team effort. As you know, Sterling talks about how they got a process server to save officers time, free up officers to go to calls. How the CARES unit to the fire department, 3 weeks they handled 80 calls that otherwise we'd be rolling the big red truck and probably a couple officers and guardians. So pretty successful, but it's just amazing. These are my requests, but really the fingers go into everything, and everyone's getting money that's helping each of us. I know it is for my department anyway, so thank you all. Thanks, budget team. So our total request is roughly $2 million. Go ahead, next slide. It'll give you the breakdown of what was requested and what was received. Overall, we felt we did pretty good with the budget. We worked through our priorities. They funded our priorities, and we came away with some really good things for our people, specifically in compensation and some of the more infrastructure needs that the police department needed. Next slide, please. These I'll spend a little bit of time on. So the big thing when you think about police is emergency and non-emergency response. And some of the things we're able to do here was a ballistic vest program. So this allows us to buy new bulletproof vests for new recruits that we send to the police academy, and also allows us to replace bulletproof vests of senior officers. Vests are good for about 5 years. So roughly we spend about 40 grand a year replacing vests. So thank you for that. This also funds our lexical policy, which keeps us on the right side of liability, keeps our people trained with daily training bulletins, daily tips of the day, and policy updates twice annually. And then probably the biggest expense here is our body camera program, which I think most people are familiar with, the storage, the cameras, all the tracking, the redaction, and other things there. Under our 911 communications and dispatch, our radio maintenance policy is the big expense there. So they monitor our radio system. This is the system that police, fire, public works, landfill, parks all use. They usually correct the problem when the system goes down before we even know about it. Other items here are some office supplies we needed and some licensing for our computer-aided dispatch. Under evidence and property management, we made a request to use development impact fees. We need a new commercial refrigerator at our evidence yard because we are just taking in more biological evidence. As our population grows, we're investigating more crimes, and we have to save that evidence so it can be scientifically processed. So that's a commercial refrigerator there. We also had to get a new gate to the yard and a new gate operator. Our emergency response team, they take a chunk of the radio fee, they take a chunk of the policy, but we asked for a sizable amount to update our less lethal program. Right now, if, say, a person's threatening with a knife and you need to try and disarm them with your taser, you've got to get within 8 to 10 yards of that person. There's a new technology out there that shoots a rubber baton, which can help disarm somebody. The Phoenix Police Department had 41 officer-involved shootings. Next year, they went to this new technology. Unfortunately, officers are still getting shot, but it's actually decreased their officer-involved shootings by quite a bit, and they're speaking pretty highly of the program, so we asked the budget team to fund that, and they gave us approval. Criminal investigations, we were able to receive a seizure vehicle from the Department of Public Safety. It's a motorhome, and we're going to retrofit it to put interview rooms in it and a heater, and then that's going to become an incident command vehicle. So if we're out on a fatal accident at 3 in the morning, we can roll this thing out, let people get out of the weather to warm up, get back out there. If we're out on a major scene, we can interview people inside this unit rather than shuttling to the police station and back out to the scene, keeping them separate. So it speaks to climate action and just makes us more efficient. So those are kind of our requests there. Next slide. This just shows where they align with key community priorities, inspired, fixing the vests, the body camera program, increased overtime budget, We're still struggling with staffing, down 14 officers, 5 dispatchers, so we're just having to have people covered, and it's eating up for overtime. I talked about the radio system maintenance, backup power supply. So this is a battery operated power supply. And why that's important, if you're calling 911 and we get hit by lightning, you don't want to lose that call. So this backup power supply keeps that call on the line, supports the servers until the backup generator can kick in. It also prevents the officers from losing their reports while they're typing, so there's some benefit there. Inclusive and engaged community, so our training policy, and then we're also blessed with a budget amount of $135,000 to explore a virtual reality training platform for police officers, and this is a helmet that the officers can put on, and you can run them through use of force scenarios, you can run them through de-escalation scenarios, you can run them through a call that involves speaking to a mentally ill person and trying to talk them down. And this is something that I'm hopeful we can take out into the community when we do events and say, yeah, you know, if they have questions about, you know, use of force and whatnot, we can run them through a scenario or two, put them in the shoes of the officer and let them experience some of that. And maybe even for recruitment, we might end up using it. But pretty excited about this and all the things that we received at budget. So thank you, budget team. And with that, I'll take any questions.
You mentioned, if I heard correctly, you're still down 5 in dispatch at one. What was the worst vacancy rate that we saw?
I think we were down 10 or 11.
Okay, so it's much better.
Yes, the compensation increases have certainly helped dispatch. The training curve, as I've spoken to most of you about, it just takes so long to get people up in training. And like everyone else, people, they just can't afford to live here.
Yeah.
It seems to be our biggest challenge.
On the training, you know, we were at the Alliance meeting the other day, and we were hearing from CCC about all the vocational programs they have. And I was just curious, Chief, and this is something we could have a follow-up discussion on, but the opportunity of maybe to see our own community college help us out with dispatch training.
We will probably explore that right now. We're exploring moving a police academy here through CCC, and they're on board with that.
That's great.
And the other 3 partner agencies are seeing that as a bigger priority for them.
Okay.
But I think it'll pave the way for
dispatch
communications training academy too in the future, and grow some folks to come work for us. That'd be awesome.
Thank you.
Chief, you said the program that's being used in Phoenix is what we're investing in. Is that you said you call it a baton, I think?
Yeah,
is it like a web? Is that the web thing?
No, this is a 40-millimeter launcher that shoots like a rubber baton.
Oh, wow.
But you can be as far away as I think 100 feet or 100 yards and still have accuracy. Okay. So you don't have to get put in harm's way in order to try and disarm something. Okay. The web we've explored, and they came up and did a demo and it failed the first 2 times they shot it. So yeah, we gotta wait for technology to increase in that.
Thank you.
Incredible. Would you mind, for the last time today, turn to your neighbor from the last 4 presentations with Jessica, Rick, Mark, and Dan. Share what really stood out to you. Thank you.
Yeah, and this is really right. Yeah, and then allocate
All right, let's come on back together. And then it is open for public participation. We've got 15 minutes designated to this if there is.
Just early for the next meeting.
Wonderful. Thank you, Al. Great to see you. And Stacy's put a note into the chat.
I've gotten no responses, so I believe because we do not have any public comment today.
Okay, thank you. So would you mind to take down the presentation, and everybody who's online, I'm going to talk to them for a moment. Would you mind to, if you're here with us, would you mind within like 10 seconds or so to turn on your camera so we can see your faces? And we're going to have them large on the screen. As everybody is doing that, wonderful. As everybody is doing that, I would like let's say hi, they're coming in. Is it possible to take off the presentation? Oh, great. So we'll see more people. What an incredible group of folks today being remote and focusing and paying attention. Can we give them a hand? Paul, Jeannie, Patrick, Amy, Kevin, Maria, Sterling, and probably more.
Where did Kevin go? And Sterling, you're always so well dressed.
That's right. We are delighted that you are here and participating. Thank you so much. And what I know, what you know, is that everybody who is here online, all 40 of them, and all of your staff. So first we're going to talk to the staff of the City Council of Flagstaff.
Kevin, you gotta show them your mug.
Such dedication. City of Flagstaff staff. There's such dedication. Yes, folks in the room, folks online, could we all give a hand to the City of Flagstaff staff? There are so many hearts and minds that have gone into making this incredible team, this incredible city. And now, will the rest of us take a look at this amazing council that is filled with commitment and dedication and focus, the amount of focus that I've witnessed in this room today, paying attention to what's important and staying in the game has just been incredible. Let's give it up to your council. So thank you all for your day today with us. Tomorrow, we will be back here bright and early at 6:30 a.m. Just kidding. At 8:30, does that sound about right?
8:30.
Fantastic. Tomorrow will be Rick Tatter Impersonation Day, so if anyone wants to come dressed as Rick.
Asking you where you get your ties.
Thank you all so much for your time and your dedication today. Please feel free to mingle, and then we'll see you all tomorrow.